Hey guys, how's it going? My name is Gabriel, and in this episode I want to show you how I made this beautiful portfolio landing page website that you see on your screen right now. So this is the design I made in Figma. This is the UI prototype, and as you can see, it has the light version and the dark version, and everything here is going to be responsive. So even the website, we're going to be starting with the mobile first, and then we'll scale it up to the desktop version like so. And yeah, let me show you the animations and everything that is cool about this website. So if I bring you to the main website right here, if I should refresh, you will see the animations that comes in, and as you can see, we have our details right here. We have the logo on the top left corner, and we have a switch theme button, and then this is our navigation button right here. So if I should click on this, watch what happens. As you can see, everything nicely animates in, and if I want to exit back, also you can see this hover animation, this hover effect on all these links right here, so including this one. So the Facebook has an FB, but if I hover over it, you can see it changed to the Facebook logo. Same with the Twitter, the LinkedIn, and then the Dribble as well. And then we have my email here. Of course, this is my personal email address. As you can see, there's this nice hover effect coming underneath it as well. So here is the close button. I decided to make mine circle, both the close and the open navigation menu button. I decided to make them a round circle, so because that's just what I wanted to go with. And you could either close this navigation menu by clicking on this close icon or close button, or clicking on any of the page you want to go to, or you could click on this hover effect right here, so this overlay effect rather. So if I click on this overlay, as you can see, everything animates out the way they came in the first place. And then I want to show you this beautiful part right here. As you can see, this is the hover effect we'll be having on every images on this site. We're going to be doing this with the help of a JavaScript library, so stay tuned. And if I should scroll down, watch the logo and the switch button. As soon as I start scrolling down, as you can see, they both disappeared, and the reason for that is because we don't want them disturbing any content, so whoever is visiting the website could easily read what is on the page. That is why we have to take those off at 200 pixel height. And then we'll bring this right here. This is the button that takes you back to the top. So as 200 height, we'll bring that right in like so, as you can see. All right, so then we have the Showreel section, and this section I originally wanted to add a video here, but because of time I decided to leave the image right here. So you could either put your Showreel video right here, or you could also do an image, and I'll be leaving a link to all this in the description below. The source code will also be in the description below if you need it. So moving forward, we have our project section, and we also have this effect on every section, every item on this project section as well. So as you can see, this effect is really beautiful. And then if you watch closely, we have the view project here, but if I hover over it, it tells me where the project is being displayed on. So in our case, it's Behance case study. So if I take the mouse out, you can see, if I bring it back in, you can see how this works. And we're going to be doing this for every item right here, as you can see right here. So everything works the same way. So moving forward, we have our testimonial section, and we're going to be doing this with the help of a JavaScript library called Swiper.js. As you can see, I can click on this next, or click on the previous, or I can just leave it and then it auto plays on its own. Then we have the Instagram section. When you upload a content on your Instagram, you could bring the link over here to your website, so people could see the recent post or what is going on in your Instagram as well. So you could add the amount of likes, a short description, and so on it like that. Then moving forward, we have the footer area, and this footer area houses our contact form and also all our details. As you can see, this over effect is also here as well. So if I go back to the top and then I click on the switch theme button, as you can see, this is the dark version, which I really like a lot, and the colors are just awesome for me. So as you can see, everything works just fine as well. There's nothing that has changed aside from the colors. So as you can see, we have the same effect right here. So basically same thing for the testimonial as well. Nothing changed, just the colors. And here as well. Then lastly, the footer area. Also, I want to show you that this website is actually fully responsive. So if I should go to the responsive mode right here and I go to the very top, as you can see, we hid the image of the person. We only left the show reel right here because we don't want too much images on this website. And also the toggle on and off works. Everything works perfectly well, even on mobile. As you can see, works perfectly well even on mobile version. Including this testimonial section, everything works well. The Instagram also works as expected, and then the footer area works just like this as well. So if I go back up and I switch to the dark theme, as you can see, everything is still the same. Nothing has changed at all. So we also have other screen sizes. So this is the second screen size. As you can see, everything still works fine, and the portfolio section, the images are a little bigger than the mobile version because this is a tablet version. So everything works fine as well right here, as you can see. Then I forgot to show you the navigation on the mobile version. So here is what the navigation looks like on mobile. So as you can see, everything is working perfectly well. There is nothing that is wrong with this website. Also, if I should click on a section, maybe I want to go to the work section, it takes me to the work section and everything animates out, leaving this work section for me like so. So you've seen the tablet version and this is the desktop version. So as soon as you get to the desktop version, that is when this image starts to show like this, and all this right here starts to, take shape like this. So guys, if you want to see how I made this from start to finish, make sure you stick around to the end of this tutorial, and make sure you give a like and comment down below if you like this tutorial. So when you comment, you help other people to see this content, because YouTube is going to look at the content, and since it's having some interaction, they believe it's going to help other people as well. So please leave a like and comment if you really enjoyed this video, and the source code will be in the description below. So let's get started. So I already created a folder. In that folder, I have my index.html and then an assets folder. In the assets folder, I have my CSS folder, my images folder, and then the JavaScript folder. In the CSS, we have the style.css. In the images, we have all the images we'll be using for this tutorial. And in the JS, we have our main.javascript folder. Alright, so I already opened this up in my code editor, which is VS Code, Visual Studio Code. So here I have in my index.html, I have just the boilerplate, and then in my style.css, I already imported the colors I'll be using for this, and then give a general styling to the website, and also including my dark theme color as well, the data theme. And I'm in my JavaScript folder, but as you can see, it is completely empty. So first thing I want to do, I would like to grab the font I'll be using for this tutorial. I'll grab that from Google Fonts. So I'll be coming down to my browser right here. I'm using the Mozilla Firefox. So I'll come down here, and then I already have it right here. So it is called fonts.google.com, and I'm using the dark theme. So this is the light theme. If you're seeing this, you're still on the same track. All right. So here, as you can see, I already have a railway, and yeah. So this railway is one of the fonts I'm going to be using. In fact, this is the main font, but let me start from the very beginning. So I'll just remove all this, and then I'll remove all this. So I'm going to come here and search for railway, and this is it. So I'm going to pick, I'll select the font weight that I want. So I'll start with 300, 400, 500, and 600, and finally 700. Then I'll go back to fonts, and then I'll search for Montserrat. Yeah, this one right here. So I'm going to select few of these as well. So something like the 300, the 400, and the 500. I think that should be enough. So since I have everything selected, what I want to do is import it, and then I want to copy all this and then paste it in my CSS at the very top right there. So next, I'm going to create a variable for them. So this is going to be Montserrat font, and then I'm just going to go back to fonts.google. So I'll copy, scroll back, and then copy this. I'll come back right here and paste it in. I'm going to do the same thing for the railway font. Copy all this and then paste it right here. All right. So with that, I can take this off, and I'll save this. So next, I'm going to come to my index.html, and I'm going to open this with the live server extension that I installed on my Visual Studio Code. And then I want to make this come to the side like this, so I can, yep. All right, because I'll be starting with the mobile first. So we are taking the mobile first approach. All right. Just a little more like that. Okay, so let's change our title to probably responsive portfolio. Next, we want to link our CSS. So I'm just going to say CSS, comment that out, and right here I'm going to link CSS. All right, so access the main folder. Okay, next, yeah. All right, so next we'll be making use of some icons. So for that, I'll be making use of the box icon. So I'm just going to come here and type box icons. So boxicons.com, and as soon as it loads up, I'm going to come to click on the GitHub. Then I'll go straight down So I want to copy this into my head tag. So I'll copy this right here, and then I'll come back and make another comment, box icons, and then I'll paste this afterwards. Okay. And I could also use this. As a matter of fact, I think I should use, okay, let's use this one right here. Instead of this, let's just use that one. Okay, so it is much better. So the next thing I want to do is create the header section. So I'm going to leave a comment right here, header section, and yeah, like so. Okay, so next, what I'll do first is, if you come to the original site, let me just open that up quickly. So in the original website, if I inspect and I go to the mobile view first, all right. So as a matter of fact, wait, let me show you this first. So if I click on this menu right here, you see this dark overlay that is right here. Even on the light version, the dark is white, and on the dark version it is dark. So that is being controlled by an overlay div that we created in the original design. So what I'm going to do now is first create that overlay. I'm going to say div.overlay, and that is all I need for that. So next I'm going to be creating the header tag with the header, the class of header, and an ID of header as well. So in that header, I'm going to have a nav with a class of nav and another class of container. And in that nav, I'm going to have my logo. So I'm going to be using an A tag, then with a class of logo, and it goes to home. And in that A tag, I'm going to have my SVG. So what I'm going to do is click on this image, locate my logo.svg. Yeah, this one right here, logo black. So I'm going to copy everything I have right here, just like that, and I'll paste it in like so. So if I should save this, let's see if it works. So we refresh, and here is our logo. As you can see, this is really too long, so I'll have to minimize it. But first I want to give this a class, so I'll come all the way down right here. After this fill, I'm gonna have a class of logo name, so that will be logo name. And then after this other fill, I'm gonna have another class of logo shape. So I'll explain why we'll have these classes later, but for now I'm just going to minimize this A so we have a clean area to work with. Alright, so after the A tag, what I want to have is a div with a class of Nav Menu and an ID as well of Nav Menu. Now in this Nav Menu, I'm going to have a UL with a class of nav list, and in that nav list I'm going to have a bunch of LIs with A tags in them. So something like this, LI with a class of nav item, and then an A with a class of nav link, And yeah, so for the link, I'm gonna do home, and in here I'm gonna open that up, because we are going to, for us to achieve this effect right here, where you hover over the image, the link, and another text of the same content appears like this, as you can see right here. So for us to achieve this, we are going to be making use of a span tag in our a tag, if it makes sense. Let me indent this properly. All right. Okay, so right here I'm going to create a span, and the span is going to have a class of nav link 1, and then in that I'm going to have my home, and then I'm going to duplicate this. The second one is going to be nav link 2, and the same home is going to be inside of it like that. So next, we're going to copy this and paste it a couple times. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So the second one is going to be the showreel. Same with this. Then the third is going to be work, and then the fourth is going to be testimonial. Yeah, and then the last one is going to be contact. All right, so once we're done with all this, I'm going to come outside of this UL and create another UL with a class of social links, and in that social links I'm going to create a bunch of LIs as well. So the first one, I'm going to say li the social link. This time around is not plural, singular. And then in that I'm going to have some a tags as well, which I'm just going to use I think I don't have to give any class for this, but yeah, so I'm just going to create a like that. This goes nowhere. So this, of course, you want to have your own social handles right here. It doesn't have to be empty like mine. So in here I'm going to have first a span, and in that span I'm going to say FB, and then next I'm going to have an icon, so the Facebook icon. So for that I'll come back to my browser and to this box icon right here. So I'm going to search for Facebook, so I'll be using this one right here. So I'll click on this font and copy this link like so. So if I should come back to our browser and I paste right now and hit the save, so if I go back right here, yeah, this is what we have so far. All right, looking good. So the next thing we're going to do is copy this as well and paste a couple times. So the next one is going to be for the Twitter, the next is going to be for LinkedIn, and then the last is going to be for Dribble or BN. So it depends on what you want. This is just for the sake of this tutorial, so feel free to add in whatever you want right there. So I'm going to change this Facebook to Twitter, and then this into LinkedIn, and lastly this DB dribble. And if I should save, yeah, these are all the icons that we have right now. Okay, so the next we're going to do is we're going to outside the UL. Outside of the UL, we'll have a div with a class of email, and in that div, outside the UL, a div with a class of email like that, and in that div we're going to have our a tag, and the a, we're going to have our email. So for the href, I'm going to say mail to, and I'm mailing to Gabriel the JP Designs at gmail.com designs. And then in the actual A itself, we're going to say Gabriel.jpdesigns at gmail.com. So this is my personal email, just in case. And after the email, we're going to have another class, and that class is going to be a div rather. I'm going to have a div with a class of nav close and an ID as well of nav close. So this div is going to be empty because if you remember correctly, we do not have any icon for our close or open. So we'll just have a circle for the open and then another circle for the close, and this is done with an empty div, so we don't have to worry about that. All right, so moving forward, now outside of the main, this nav menu right here, outside of the nav menu like that, just before the closing of the nav itself, the actual nav tag, we are going to have a toggle wrap. So a div with a class of toggle wrap, and in that toggle wrap, I'm going to have another div with a class of theme container, and in that I'm going to have another div inside of that with a class of theme switch wrapper, and in that div I'm going to have a span, and the span is going to say switch theme, and after that span I'm going to have a label, and that label is going to say for the for, I'm going to give a check box, so that's what we want, and then we give it a class of theme switch. All right, so after this, the next thing we're going to do after the label, or inside this label actually, is an input tag, and it's going to have an ID of check box, yeah, like that, and then it's a self-closing tag, so you don't have to worry about closing it. And we're going to have a div with a class of slider and another class of round, just like that. Now outside of the theme container, which is this theme container right here, just outside of the theme container but still inside the toggle wrap div, we're going to have our div with a class of nav open and an ID of nav open, just like that, and it's going to be empty as well. So this is the end of the header section inside of our HTML. So now we're going to head back to the CSS. First, in the CSS, what I want to do is give some basic styling. So the first thing I want to do is in the HTML, I'm going to say scroll behavior. I want to set that to smooth. Next, I'll go to the body, and for the body, I want to give a margin of 4M000. So 4 to the top, 0 to the right, 0 to the bottom, and 0 to the left. Then we're going to have a background of body color, like so. We already have a variable set for body color right here, and also in the dark theme. All right. So next, for the font family, I want to make it railway font, and also the color is going to be text color. And then for the font size, I want 0.938 rem, like so. And then overflow X is gonna be hidden, just like that. Next, the UL. So we're going to target all the UL. So say list style is going to be none. We're going to target all the A's, and all the A tag, we're going to say text decoration is also set to none. And then we have all the IMGs and all the videos as well. So set this. As a matter of fact, I wanted to, like I said earlier, I wanted to use a video, but I decided to omit that. So we don't need that tag there. So we're going to say max width is going to be set to 100%, and then the height is going to be set to auto, just like that. Next, the H, we grab all the H1s, the H2, H3, and the H4. So we'll give them a color of title color, and then a font weight of 700, and a font family of railway. Yeah, just like that. Next, I'm going to be setting the button, all the buttons, and I want to say the border is going to be none, and font family is going to be railway as well. Font size is going to be 1 rem. Excuse me. And then the cursor is going to be pointer, like so. Also, I want to set the outline to be none. So all the inputs and text areas, I'm going to set the outline to none, the border to none as well, and then font size is also going to be 1 rem, and the font family, that is also going to be railway font. Okay. Next, I'm going to set the main. So for the main, all we want is the overflow X set to hidden, and by this we could take off the overflow already in the body, just like that. So now we need some reusable CSS classes. So what we can do is say, first let me give this a comment. So I'll give reusable CSS classes, like so. Comment this out, and now I can say for the section, because we're going to be having a class of section for all the section in our index.html. So we want to give a padding of 5.5 rem to the top, 0 to the left and right, and then 3.5 rem to the bottom. And then for the section title, we are going to have a font size of 2 rem, text transform of uppercase for everything. Font weight is going to be set to 700, and then the line height will be 105%. Then the margin bottom is going to be 2 rem. Next, the container. We already used this container class right here in our header section right here. So for the container, we're going to have a max width of about 1200 pixel, and then we're going to have a margin left of 1.5 rem, if I can type, then margin right of 1.5 rem as well. Then after that, we're going to have a grid, and for this we just want to say display grid, and then the gap is going to be set to 1.5 rem. So we're going to do the same thing for the flex, and for this we just want to have a display flex right there. Alright, so that is all for the reusable classes. So I'm going to save this right here, and I'm going to come back. Okay, let's continue with our header section. So for the header section, I'm going to have a comment right here that says header section, and then I'm going to come down and start with the header class that we had earlier, and for the width I'm going to set that to 100%. So but the position is going to be set to fixed, and then we're going to have a top of 1 rem, and then a left of 0, like so. Then as a z index is going to be 999, something really high, and then the background is going to be transparent, just like that. So now for the nav, let me comment this out as well. So for the nav, I'm going to say I'll give this first, let's target the nav, and I'll give this a height of 3.5 rem. Display is going to be set to flex, and then justify content space between, and also align items is going to be center, like so. Next, the toggle wrap, like so. I'm going to have a display of flex, a justify content center, and then an align item as well of center, just like that. So if I save this and we go back here, this is all we've been doing so far. Alright, okay, so next I want to target the theme switch, so I'll comment that out. So for the theme switch, what I want to do first, let's target the container. So I want to have a margin right of 1 rem, and then a transition of all It's going to have 0.4 seconds is in out, like so. Then I'll have the theme switch wrapper, and in that wrapper I want to have a display of flex and align items of center. Align items center, like so. So next, after this wrapper, the theme switch wrapper and then the span. So I'm going to target the margin right. I'll make that 10 pixel. Font size is going to be 0.8 rem, and then we're going to have a font weight of 600. And next, text transform. Text transform. That is going to be capitalized, and the color is going to be the dark color variable, and then display is going to be set to none for now because this is the mobile view, so we don't want any display. Let me just show you. Okay, let me comment this out first and show you what it looks like. So we can't really see it right now because this position is set to fixed and this is going outside, so you understand what I mean later. But first, display none. So next we'll have the theme switch itself, and in that switch we'll have a width of 40 pixel, a height of about 22 pixel, a position of relative, and an overflow hidden, a general overflow of not X hidden, like so. Next we have a theme switch. So for the theme switch input, so we'll target the input and we're going to give it a display of none because we don't want that to show. And next I'm going to target the slider. So for the slider we'll have a background of dark color as well. We'll have a position of absolute, and we'll have the bottom will be set to 0, the left bottom 0, the left is also 0, right 0, and top 0. Then the cursor is going to be pointer, and the border radius, that's going to be set to 30 pixel, like so. Alright, so I'm going to come back for the slider before. So we'll say first we give it the content, and the content is going to be empty. Then we'll have a position of absolute. The background is going to be set to white. And then we'll have a bottom of 3 pixel, left of 4 pixel, and a height. The height is going to be 16 pixel. Then we'll have a width of 16 pixel as well. Then we'll have a border radius of 50%, and a transition, or I have a cubic bezier, and it's going to be 0.4 and 0 and 0.2 and 1, and we want to make that 0.3 seconds, like so. Okay, so if I hit save, let's see what we have. In order for us to see what we have, I'm just going to comment out a few things right here. So first, let me see this. Okay, I'm going to comment this out. So now this is what we've been doing so far. So if I should comment out this as well, you'll see that the white circle in this box is no more there. So if I comment it back on, you can see this white toggle circle right there. All right, so everything is working fine. So we're just going to do a few things. So the next thing we're going to say, we want to target the input, and when it is checked plus the slider itself. So plus the slider. All right, so for this, all we need to do is give it a background, and the background is going to be the dark color variable. So we're going to do the same thing. So I'm just going to copy this, duplicate it like so, but instead, for the slider before that we have, and the color is going to be a blue color like so, and then we're going to have a transform property of translate x, and it's going to be 16 pixel, and I'll show you why we have that in a minute. So if I comment this out and I come back, so now if I click, nothing happened just yet. Okay, so it is not working because we forgot to change this text in the input to checkbox. So it's supposed to be checkbox, not text. So now if I come back here and I click on this, as you can see, it moves. So what I wanted to show before in our style is that if I should comment out this transform translate 16 pixel that we have here and I save, if I go back and I click on this, as you can see, nothing happens. So we need that for us to be able to toggle this left and right. All right, so now we are finally done with the theme switch toggle. So what I want to do, let me uncomment that. So next, if I go back now, this is what we have. All right, so let's see how we can style all those nav menu that are scattered. So what I want to do next is target that overlay that we created earlier from the very top of this one before the header tag. So this overlay that we have there. So for that, we're going to come back to our style, and the overlay will give a background of body color, and then we'll have a position of fixed, and the top is going to be 0, the right is going to be 0, then we're going to have a width of 100% and a height of 100% as well. Then we have the opacity set to 0, and the Z index is going to be 999. Transition, the transition is going to be all 0.4 seconds, is in and out. So if I comment out this opacity 0 and we'll go back, we won't see any changes because it is also white. Like our body color, it is white. But if I make this, let's say a blue color, and I save this, now this is the overlay. And if I uncomment out this opacity 0, now you can't see the color anymore. So I'm going to set this back to our body color and uncomment out the opacity. All right, so that is that for the overlay. Now we need the oh, I forgot pointer event none. I'm going to add a pointer event none to this. None. Yeah. All right. So next we're going to target our logo. So we're going to say the logo is going to have a width of 150 pixel and a transition of 0.4 seconds easing out as well. So next we're going to have the logo shape, and actually this is going to take effect in how do I put it, in a dark theme version. So but we're going to set that here first. So logo shape, and like this we're going to have for the fill, because it's an SVG, so you don't change the color with the color attribute, you use the fill one right here. So we're going to have our first color like so, and then for the name dot logo name, so the fill is going to be the dark color. All right, so let me show you what we mean. So for the shape we'll have this first color, right? So if I come here now, this is the shape, and it's going to have the first color like you saw, and this right here is the logo name. This is the logo name that we have, and it's having the dark color right here. So what I can do is, if I come back to the very top in our CSS, and then I go to the first color right here, and I copy this code, and I come back to the first color here and paste it in, and then for the dark color I copy this, come to the dark color here and paste it in. So if I save this now and go back, so this is what you see. This has the other blue color, and this text is actually white. So that is why I said it's actually for the dark theme. All right, so I'm just going to reverse all this back. Okay, so if I save, this is what we get. All right, so next I'm going to be having the nav open. So for the nav open, we'll have a width, because if you remember, it is just an empty div. So we'll have a width of 45 pixel, a height as well of 45 pixel, a height of 45 pixel if I can type, and then a background of first color, and we'll have a border radius of 50%, and then we're going to have a cursor set to pointer, and a transition of 0.4 seconds is. So if I save this and I go back, we still don't see anything, because all these are just pushing it up. So but we're going to start those real soon. So for the hover, we're going to have nav open hover. So for the hover, we're going to have just transform and then scale 0.9. Next, we're going to have the nav. We're going to target the nav menu. Now for the nav menu, we want a position of relative and then come back. So we're going to say nav menu. Oh, that means I made an error here. It's supposed to be nav menu like that. So nav menu, we're going to say set the position to fixed, and then the top is going to be 0. The left is going to be 0 as well. The width is going to be set to 100%. The height also 100%. And then we're going to have some padding. So for the padding, the top, we're going to be using, I think, let's give it a 6 point, or let's do 7 rem. And then we can make the right 0, the bottom 0, and then from the left, we're going to have a 3 rem padding right there. So the background is going to be set to a fixed color. We're going to do 0F, 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 just like that. And then the color is going to be a white color, like so. So the opacity is going to be 0 for now. And then the Z index is going to be set to 9999, and transform, translate X is going to be set to negative 100%. So away from the viewport right here. So as you can see, everything disappeared, and we have this right here and also this. All right. So everything is looking good and coming into place. So next, what we want to do is target the nav close as well. So for the nav close, I'm going to be setting a position. But before that, I think I should comment out this and then comment out the opacity as well, so we could see this right here while we start the nav close. So position is going to be absolute. Right is going to be 1.5 rem. The width is going to be set to the same for the 5 pixel as well as the height for the 5 pixel. And then the background is going to be straight up white, not background filter, or background. Sorry. Yeah, so like that. And then the border radius 50%. Then the cursor, pointer, and the transition is going to be all 0.4 seconds each, just like that. So if I save this and go back, we have this right here, and it seems I broke a few things. So right, and I forgot to set the top as well. So the top is going to be 1.5 rem. So that's going to put it right here. All right, so let's set the hover as well. So nav close, hover. So for the hover, we want the background to be the background, the blue color, our blue color variable, and the transform scale 0.9, like so. So now if I hover over it, you can see that beautiful animation right there. So let's see how we can style all these links right here. So what we can do is target the link itself. So I'll say nav link. So for the link, I want the color to be so to be white. The font size is going to be 2.5 rem. The font weight is going to be 700. and the line height, I want that to be 70 pixel, and the text transform should already be uppercase, but let's just set it. And then the position is going to be set to relative. Display is going to be block, and then the overflow is going to be hidden like so. So if I save this and come back, this is what we get for all the text. So you can see we have double home, double showreel, work, testimonial, and contact. Everything is double right here. Alright, so next I'm going to go back to the CSS and I'll say nav link 1. If you remember all the links, the first text there has a class of navlink 1 and the second text have a class of navlink 2. So for the navlink 1, I'm going to say display block, and the transform is going to be translate y, and it's going to be 0. So the transition is going to be all, and then cubic 0 like so, 0.4, 0, 0.2, and then 1, and then we have 0.3 seconds like so. Then the opacity is going to be set to 1, just like that. Next, I'm going to set the nav link 2, and for that it's going to have a position of absolute. The bottom is going to be set to negative 100%. The left is going to be 0. The right is going to be 0 as well. A transition, I'm just going to copy this right here and paste it in. Then the opacity is going to be 0, just like that. So if I save that, as you can see, we only have one of these each right now. So next, what I'll do is target the nav item, nav item, and then the hover. So when you hover over the nav item, the nav link 1, I want to set the transform, translate y to negative 100%, and then the opacity should be set to 0. But then I'll copy this, duplicate it like so, and change this to 2, nav link 2, not 12. Then what I want to do for this is set the bottom. So for the bottom, I'm going to make that 0, and the opacity is going to be set to 1. Opacity 1, like that. So now if I save and I go back, and if I hover over any of this link right now, as you can see, we have that beautiful effect where the first text goes up and the second text comes from underneath it and fits in just like that. So as you can see, this is a really nice effect. Alright, so next we're going to be styling these social links and the email right here. So for that, first of all, I'm going to give the nav item position of relative display block. Let me see if I did that. Alright, so now let's start the social links, which is the plural. So we're going to have a margin top of margin top of 4 rem, and for the social link which is the singular, I'm going to have a margin of 0 to the top, 20 pixels to the right, 0 to the bottom, and 0 to the left. Then display is going to be inline block, and then position is going to be set to relative, just like that. Now we're going to have our social link A. So the A tag will set the font size to 1 rem. The height is going to be 24 pixels. The font weight is going to be set to 600, and the color is going to be DB, something like that. And the position is going to be relative. Then the display is going to be block, and overflow is going to be hidden, like so. Next, we'll have the social link A, and then the I. So for that, we'll have a position of absolute. We have the bottom set to negative 100%. And then we'll have the left 0, the right 0, and then text align center, and a font size is going to be 1 rem, and the color is going to be our blue color. And then next we're going to have the transition. It's going to be I'm just going to copy that from here because we have the same thing. So copy this. I'm going to come back here and paste it in, like so. Next we'll have the opacity set to 0. So hit the save. So let's see what we have so far. Alright, so now all the links are hidden. All the icons rather, they are hidden. So what we can do now is target the social link A, hover, and then I. So when we hover over the link, what do we want? First, let's target the span before the I, the icon. So when we hover over the A tag, we want to transform the span and translate Y negative 100%, and then we want to set the opacity to 0. But when we hover over this same link, we want to target the I. I like writing 1 whenever I'm to write I don't know why. So we'll target the I, and then we'll set the bottom to 7 pixels, and the opacity is going to be 1, just like that. So if I save this and go back, it is working fine. But if you observe, we have this funny effect where the icon is kind of, funny somehow, but I think I know where that is coming from. So after this A tag, we only style the icon, we never styled the span itself. So what I'll do is social link, the A, and then the span. I'll give this a display of block, and then the transform. So the transform is going to be translate Y, and it's going to be 0. Then the transition is going to be that same, like so. And then we'll have our opacity set to 1. So if I save this now and I go back, yeah, so that funny effect is gone, and we have our icon and text working just perfectly well. Alright, so next, I think it's time to style the email itself. But first, if you check the original site, you can see these blue dots right in the middle of all these social links. So the way we can achieve that is by using the before or after pseudo element. So what I can do is I'll come down and then I'll say social link, and then after. So for the after, the content is going to be empty, and then display is going to be inline block, and the width, I want to set that to let's say 3 pixels, as well as the height, and then the border radius, that's going to be 50%. Then the background is going to be the blue color, and then position is going to be absolute, and top is going to be 10 pixel, right is going to be negative 14 pixel, just like so. Top, ten pixel. Alright, so if I save this and I go back to this, as you can see, we have those blue dots everywhere. So we have to take that of the last one away. So what we can do is come back and say the social link ends of type, and for after. So display is going to be set to none. And now if we should go back, now we don't see it anywhere at the very last. Alright, so I think it's time for the email. So for this email, okay, so for the email, what I can do is target the email and then give it a margin top of at least 2 rem. Position is going to be set to relative, position relative, and display inline flex this time around. And then the email A, so the link, the font size is going to be 1.25 rem. Let's do 1.15 rem. And then the color is going to be straight up white. The font weight is going to be 700. And then the font family, we're going to make that Montserrat. Alright, so the display is going to be inline flex, like so. So if I should save this and go back, now we have this. Okay, so next, let's give some line underneath this. So email before, so I want to set the before. The content is going to be empty as usual. The position is going to be absolute. Excuse me. The bottom is going to be negative 7 pixel, and then the left is going to be 0. The background is going to be set to let's say 414141, and then the width The width is going to be set to 100%. Then the height is going to be 1 pixel, just like that. Alright, so next, if I save this is what we get, just that little line underneath this. Now for the email, we've just used it before, so now I'm going to use the after pseudo element. Now for this, I'm just going to copy all this over first, then I'll edit. Alright, so what I want for this, the content, the bottom, the left, everything is fine. Then the background, I'm going to be using the blue color for this, and the width is going to be set to 0. The height is going to be 1.5 pixel, and then the transition, we're going to use the same transition, so I'm just going to copy that and paste it right here. Then for the email hover, and then after, so for the after, all we need is the width. I want to set that to 100%. So if I save that and I go back, as soon as I hover over this, you see that blue line going across it like so. But now we need to look for a way to trigger all this to work and the whole animation thing. So for that, we are going to be using the GSAP library to do that. So we need to grab the GSAP CDN. So for that, I'm going to open another tab and say GSAP CDN. Just start that in Google, and the first result that comes out should be the cdnjs.com. So I'm going to grab the first one right here. I'm grabbing the script tag, so which is gsap.main.js. So I'm grabbing that, and then I'm going to come to my code editor right here in the index. So I'm going to hide all these headers so I have a clean area to work with. So just after the box icon, I'm going to create another comment and call that GSAP and do my thing like so. Then I will paste that right here. Alright, so to make this even much better, I'm going to edit all this. We don't need the integrity, the cross origin, and the reference policy. So I'm going to edit all that and hit save. Alright, so after that, I'm going to open my left panel, and I'm going to my main.js. And before that, I always forget to link my JavaScript, so most times it doesn't work and I start to panic. So let me do that right now. So script and then the source, so it's going to be in our asset JavaScript and then main.js. So I'm going to save that right there. Alright, so I'll come to the main.js. So the first thing I want to do is create a const with nav open. So the nav open is going to be document dot get element by id, get element by id. What is going on? Const, okay, document wasn't spelled correct. Get element by id, and the id is going to be nav open. If you remember correctly, we have this nav open id right here. So next, I'm going to have another variable, document that gets element by id again, and this time we are grabbing the nav close. Next, we're going to grab the nav menu, document that get element by id, and then we'll grab the nav menu. Next, we're going to be grabbing the nav links. So document dot get element by ID. I will grab, oh sorry, for the nav link we'll be using the query selector, or so we'll grab all the nav links just like that. Next we'll grab the overlay, so the overlay document dot query selector, and we're going to say overlay. Okay, so these are supposed to be wrapped in a string, and these as well in a string. All right, so next I'm going to set a variable, say let tl equals gsap dot timeline, and open that up. All right, so I'm going to say paused. I want that to be true, like so. Okay, so next I'll say tl.to, then I want to target the overlay. So for the overlay, I'm going to say duration. I'm going to set that to 0.2 and a comma. I need the opacity. I'll set that to 0.9 with a comma as well. Then a pointer event with the S, and that's going to be set to auto. Make sure your pointer event has this S at the bottom, at the end of it. So it's going to be auto, and then the is, I'm going to do the expo dot is in out, like so. Yep, not export. JavaScript. Expo, like this. No autocorrect. Thank you. All right. So next, I'm going to have the tl.to. As a matter of fact, I guess I'm just going to copy and paste this in. So I'll copy this and paste that right here. So I'm going to change this from overlay to nav menu, like so, and the duration is going to be set to 1. The opacity is also 1, and then comma, then we're going to have our x, that's going to be 0, and then is expo is out. Okay, so that's for the nav menu. So if I save this and I go back, I think we need to hide this first. So if you remember, in our nav menu up here, just for us to be able to style all those things, we had to comment out some few things. First is this transform translate x -100%, and the next is this opacity right here. So if you see this, we have opacity of 0, we have transform translate x of -100%. So in our gsap property in JavaScript, we have the opacity of 1 right here, and then the transform translate x of 0 right here. So if I save this now and I go back, so now if I click on this, okay, nothing happened. That's because we haven't called it yet. So but if I come to the very bottom and I say nav open dot add event listener, and then I want to listen for the click event, and then open that up, and so I'm just going to say tl.play and do that. Alright, so if I save this now and I click on this, we should see this all play out like so. So if I refresh again and then I click, it should play out just like that. Alright, so now we know it's working. Let's go back. Alright, so we still have a bunch of rows to set. Okay, so after the nav menu, the next one is going to be the tl.from to, and right there. Alright, so now what we're going to do is set the nav. So I'm going to say nav item, and I'm going to open this up, and yeah, so for the y, I want to make that negative 100%, negative 100%, comma, and then the opacity is going to be 0. Sorry, you don't use percentage just like this right here. So this is supposed to be in a string like that. So opacity 0, like so. Next, I'm going to give a comma right here, and then open up another. So now what we can do is set the duration to let's say 0.5, and then the opacity is going to be 1. Then the y is going to be set to 0%, and then the stagger property, we're going to make that 0.25, just like so. So I'm going to save this. I forgot to add the comma after this nav item class right here. So now if I come back and I click on this, as you can see, this comes right from the top and aligned to their respective positions. Okay, so now moving forward, I'm going to create another TL from to, just like that. And this time around, we are going to target 2 things. The first one is going to be the social link, and then the second is going to be the email, like so. So for this, we want to have the x instead, and instead of 100, negative 100 is going to be negative 50. The opacity is going to be 0. The duration is going to be 0.8. The opacity is going to be 1 right here. The x is going to be 0 as well, and then this we don't need this, so I'm just going to copy this right here, the is, and then replace this tagger with it, like so. And then after this, I'm going to do negative equals 0.5. So I'm just going to add a comma right here. And now if I go back and refresh, as you can see, everything animates in just so nicely. Let's try that one more time. Okay, the next thing I want to do is I'll set a couple of these as well. So I'm just going to copy this and duplicate it like so. So the next one is going to be nav close, and for the close, instead of play, we want the reverse like so. And not just for the close alone, I'm going to copy this again, and then for this, what I'm going to say is the overlay. So for the overlay, we also want the reverse, and lastly, for as actually all these you see right here are the variables we set already right here. So in case you're wondering where they come from. Alright, so lastly we're going to have the nav links, and if you remember, the nav links is actually a query selector all. So for that to work, we need to wrap this in a for each. That's for each like so, and then this. So give it an event. So say equals. So right here we'll target the e.add event listener. So we still want to listen for the click event, and then open this up again like so. So we'll give it a TL dot reverse as well. Yep. So now if I save this and I come back, so if I click on this to open, everything animates in nicely, and if I click on this, everything reverses back like so. So likewise, if I click on any of this as well, any of the links, everything goes back just like that. How cool is that? Alright guys, so we are officially done with the navigation menu or the header section. So next we're going to be moving to the home section, which is basically the hero section right here. Alright, so we are back in our index.html. So what I want to do first is comment out this main.javascript file that I added here. So I'm just going to call this main.js. I'll comment this out. Yep, like so. So next, what I'll do next is I'll make a main tag. So I'm going to say main.main. And in this main, this is where we're going to have all our sections. If you remember, for the main, we already gave it an overflow of X hidden. So now what I'm going to do is the home section. So starting with the home section, I'm going to have a section, and the section is going to have a class of section, and then another class of home, and an ID of home, like so. So in that section, I'm going to have a div with a class of container, and then another class of home container, and in that I'm going to have another div with a class of home data, and then I'm going to have an h1 with a class of home title, and in this home title I'm just going to copy in the content that I have right there. So I'll paste that in. Next I'll have a p with a class of home description, and in the description I also want to copy and paste my content. Nice and easy. Alright, so we have that in as well. Okay, so in that same container, just after the p tag, we're going to have a div with a class of home buttons, and in that div we're going to have a button with a class of btn and it say hi, then another button with a class of btn b, then play showreel. Alright, so outside of the button, the home button div, we yeah, I think that is all for the home data. So after the home data, we're going to have home image, and the home image tag, we're going to have another div with home img. So in this is where we're going to have our image, but for now we're going to leave it empty like this. So because we're going to be using the hover effect for this element from now, but just for the sake of styling, I'm going to put this in and then comment it out. So what I'm going to do is use the img. The source is going to be assets, images, and we're going to have the hero JPEG. Alright, so something like this, but for now I'm just going to comment it out like that. Okay, so now we are done with index.html part of this. So let's move to the style.css part of this. Okay, so what we can do is first add a comment, and we're going to say home section. I'm going to comment that out, and now the first thing I want to do is target the home title. First, let's see what we have so far. So here is everything that we have so far. So now let's target the home title. So for the title, we want to set a font size of 2.3 rem because this is a mobile version. So if I save that, now we have this. So next, the home description is going to be, first I'm giving that a line height of 22 pixel and then a margin top of 0.7 rem. It's supposed to be margin top, not margin top. Yep. Alright, so now we have this. Okay, so moving forward, the home buttons. So for the home buttons, I'm going to have a margin top as well of 2.2 rem, and then for the btn, not cbn, btn, the padding is going to be 13 pixel to the top and bottom, and then 40 pixel to the left and right. So for the color, we're going to have white. Then for the background, we're going to have the first color like so. Then font weight is going to be 600, just like that. So for the btnb, or let me save this and see what we get. So as you can see right now, so let's start this btnb. So for the btnb, so I'm gonna give that a padding as well. As a matter of fact, I think I'm just gonna copy all this over, just like that. But then I'm gonna edit a few things. So the first one is the background. The background is gonna be transparent, like so. The font weight is okay, and the color is gonna be the dark color, just like that. So if I should save now and go back, this is what we get. Okay, but I think this margin, I'm supposed to give that a margin left. Let's see. Margin left of 1 rem. So I do not need this padding right here. So we do not need that padding, and yeah, this is what we get. Alright, so this is pretty much better. For the description, I think I'm gonna add let's say 25 pixel line height. Okay, this works better for me. Alright, so next, moving forward, I'm going to target the image. So for the home img, in the mobile version, we just want to have a display, set the display to none, because we don't need that for now. So even if I uncomment out this, we still can see it right here. But if I should go back to my style and comment this out, as you can see, we have the image right here. So but for now we don't need that, so I'm just going to hide that. Alright, so we are done with the home section, or the hero section as you might like to call it, and I'm going to go back to the index. So we'll move to the next section, which is the Showreel section. In my Figma, this section you see right here, this section is the Showreel section. Alright, so moving forward, inside this same main tag, I'm going to create another section with a class of section and then a class of Showreel, like so. Do I need another class? I think that is all. So let's add an ID as well of Showreel for the sake of navigation. And then inside the Showreel, I want to have a div with a class of container, another class of Showreel container, like that. Then inside that container, I'm going to have a div with a class of Showreel media, and in that media I'm going to have another div with a class of Showreel image. So like I said from the intro, I wanted to add a video. That's why I'm having all this Showreel media and all that, but later I decided not to put that in so I don't waste too much of our time. So I'm going to have the image right here, and it's going to be set to assets, images, and it should have the Showreel. Yeah, this one. Alright, so next I'm going to have a div with a class of play dash btn. So in this class we want to have, so I'm just going to go back. Let's go to our box icon. So have the play, this one right here. So I'm going to select this, come back here and here, then I'm going to paste that right here. So if I should save and go back, this is what we have. So this right here is the play button. Alright, so guys, this is everything for this section right here, for the Showreel section. Oh, and I forgot to comment this, so I'm going to say Showreel section, and yep. Alright, so we're done with the index part for the Showreel, and now for this CSS part, I'm going to have another comment of Showreel section. Comment that out as well. So the first thing I want to do is target the image. So I'm going to say that Showreel dash image, I'm going to say set the position to relative. Yeah, then the play button btn, that's going to be position absolute. The top is going to be set to 50%. The left is going to be 50%. And then transform, translate, is going to be negative 50% in the x-axis and negative 50% in the y as well. So if I save this and I come back here, you will see that little play button in the dead center right here. But that is not all. We still need to style it. So we're going to say display flex, justify content, center, and align items going to be center as well. And I'll explain why I'm adding a display flex right here. So next we're going to have a background of 0f 0f 0f, and then the width is going to be 60 pixel. The height is also going to be 60 pixel, and then the border radius is going to be set to 50%, and the cursor is going to be pointer, and transition, for the sake of the hover effect, we're going to make that all 0.3 seconds ease. And now if I save this and I go back, you can see how this looks right here. So if I should come here and target the play btn and then the icon itself, and then I want to increase the font size to 2 rem, and the color is going to be set to white. So now, as you can see, this is how it looks. So the reason why I added the flex and the justify content and align item here, now if I comment out this display flex, as you can see, this is where this button is, so it won't be placed in the dead center of the circle. So that is why we have that display flex right there. All right, so moving forward, for the play btn hover, so we're going to have a hover state, and for that I just want to change the background to be blue, blue color background. And now if I hover over it, as you can see, we have that beautiful blue color right there. So this is all for the showreel section. If I scroll up, you can see that our logo is actually, disturbing the content that is underneath it. Even this button as well, this toggle switch as well, it's disturbing the content underneath it. So what I want to do is hide this logo and this toggle switch, leaving only the navigation menu, because of course someone might decide to wants to go up and do something, go back to the navigation and maybe check somewhere else. So for that, we're going to leave this, but we're going to hide these two when we scroll like so. So in order to do that, I'm going to come back to the JavaScript part right here. Okay, so what I can do is come here, and then I want to, let me just comment this out as well. So I'm going to say change, or let's say hide logo and switch. So I'm going to comment this out using that, and then I'm going to create a function, and in that function I want to call it the hide logo function. And then all right, so I'm going to say const logo is equal to document dot query selector, and we're selecting the logo. Then another const, this time it's going to be the theme switch, and it's going to be equal to document dot query selector, and I want to target the theme container like so. So now I'm going to create an if statement for this. So I'm going to say if this dot scroll y is greater than or equal to 200 pixel, then the logo dot class list dot add logo, not log. So logo dot class list dot add, I want to add a class which we are going to create in our CSS. So the class is going to be the hide logo class, and then we want to do the same thing for theme switch dot class list dot add, same thing, hide logo. We don't really need this period. All right, so else I'm going to copy this first. I'm going to come here and say else, else, what am I doing? All right, I'll paste this right here, and what I need here is to change this from add to remove, just like that. Now we're going to call this window dot add event listener, and we want to listen for the scroll event and the hide logo. Okay, so now if I save this, and nothing happens yet because we still need to add that class. So if I should come back for the hide logo, so I'll scroll to the top just before the home, this home section. I'm going to make a class and call it hide logo as we did in JavaScript, and here I'm going to create the opacity and make it 0, and then pointer event is going to be set to none. All right, so now if I scroll and I get to it's not working, and why is that? I have the hide logo right here, and oh, I made an error right here, so it's supposed to be this. All right, so now if I scroll up, as you can see, the logo disappears at 200 pixel height, and if I scroll back like this, it comes back up. So this is much better, so it doesn't get into the way of anybody. And you can actually reduce this, maybe like 100. So if I keep scrolling, you see, before it disappears at this designer right here, but now it disappears just above, just before the high, as you can see right there. All right, so that is what you can do, but I would like to leave mine at 200. Okay, so moving forward, we already did the home and the showreel. Now we have the project section. All right, so in the project section, what I can do inside the same main, I'm going to create a section as well. So I'm going to say section with a class of section and a class of project, and also an ID of project. So for this, I'm going to have a div with a class of container and a class of project container, if I can type, and then we're going to have the h2 with a class of section title, and I'm going to copy what I have inside. So it says my featured project. So I break the featured project. So put this break so that this project can come on the next line. That is why I have this. Okay, so next I'm going to make a div with a class of project wrap, and in that div I'm going to have a comment. I'm going to call this project 1, and I'm commenting this out like so. Let's reduce this, and then I'm going to have a div with a class of project list and another class of p1 like this. Okay, and then I'm going to have a div inside that div with a class of project content wrap, and in that I'm going to have another div with a class of project media like so. And after that I'm going to have an a tag, and in this a tag I'm going to have a div with a class of project img, and then in that I'm going to have another div with a class of project thumbnail, and then project dash thumbnail 1 like so. All right, so right here let me show you what I'm trying to do. So if I save this, I want to go back to the original design. Let's see the mobile version 375. All right, so right here what I'm basically doing is, as you can see, if I hover over this image, the cursor changes to pointer, and that is because this image is a link, and that is the link we are wrapping right here. So this link right here is this image. So you want to link this to where the case study of the project is. So if you are making a live project, maybe the case study is on your Behance or your Dribble or maybe your Pinterest or wherever you have the case study of the file, even your own personal website, you could link that into there as well. So that's basically what we're doing, and this thumbnail is actually the image container right here. So you're going to see that in a bit. All right, so now I'm going to copy this a few times, but first I'm not done. Let me finish the content, because we've only done this image. We still have this other content to go, and including this beautiful hover effect on this button as well. All right, so let's see how we can achieve that. So after the a tag, and then after this media, after the project media, I'm going to have another div with a class of project and project content, and then we're going to have the h3. I'm going to call this I'm just giving this some random names, so but for this let's say black loser jelly. So this doesn't mean anything. This is not a name of a company, at least not the one I know of. So this is just something I came up with for the sake of this tutorial. So then we're going to have a p with a bunch of dummy content, but I like this content better than the normal lorem ipsum. Alright, so next for the button, after the P, I'm going to create a div with a class of project btn container, and in that container I'm going to have the a tag with a class of project link, and this goes nowhere again. You can link this to wherever the case study of your project is. So if I open this a tag up, I want to have a span with a class of project link 1, like so, and then view project, like so. Next, I'm going to have another span with a class of project link 2, and this one is going to be Behance case study, like so. And that is all for the very first project. So now I'm going to duplicate this. So if I come here and I copy all this all the way to this right here, so I'm going to paste 3 times, 1, 2, 3. Alright, so this is going to be number 4, then P4, and I think thumbnail 4 as well. Okay, yep, that is it. So I'm going to come back here as well and do the same thing. So this should be number 3, and 3, and also 3. So same goes for this, 2, 2, and 2. So as you can see, this is number 1. So I'm just going to space this out like so. So we have neat code right there. Alright, and yeah, I think that is all for the project section. Basically, that is everything we need. So now I'm going to come to the style. So for this style, I'm going to first make a comment and call that project section, like I always do. And yeah, so now I'm going to start with project, the wrap. I'm going to give this a margin top of 4.5 rem, and project list a margin bottom of 70 pixel, and then the project content wrap, that is going to have a display of block and a width of 100%, and then we're going to have project img. So for the img, I'm going to make it this a position of relative, a width of 100%, and overflow of hidden, also a height of 100, a height of 300 pixel, like so. So next I'm going to have a project thumbnail, thumbnail. So for the thumbnail, it's going to be display block. Come on, display block. Then we'll have the height set to 100%, and the position is going to be relative as well. Then I'm going to set the project content itself, and then H3. So the H3 is going to be font size 1.7 rem, font weight is going to be 600, and then font family, the family is going to be Montserrat, and margin bottom is going to be 1 rem. Also, let's start the project content itself. We want to give that a margin top of 2 rem, and then a padding right of let's do 3.2 rem as well. So for the P, so we're going to say project content P. So for the P, we want to have a line height of 21 pixel, font size of 0.85 rem, margin bottom of 1.6 rem, like so. Next, we are going to have okay, let's save and see what we have for now. So this is our project that we're working on. As you can see, there is no image right now, and then we have our H3 styled, and then our description as well is styled. So for the button, or for the link, whatever I want to call it, so I'm going to say project link. So for the project link, I'm going to make the color a dark color, not dark cyan, dark color, and then font size is going to be 0.9 rem. The font weight is going to be 700, and then the position is going to be relative, and the display is going to be block. Then overflow flow is going to be hidden. Now for project link 1, and so for that we're going to set display to block, transform, translate Y, set to 0, and then transition, I'm going to paste that, and the opacity is going to be set to 1. So let's see what we have. Now these are the 2 links right here. So next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the let's see, I'm going to grab the project 1 and project 2 before and after, or after and after rather. So project link 1 hover, oh, I said hover, after rather, and then comma, project link 1 or 2 after as well. So what I want to do is give it an empty content, a width of 18 pixel. The height is going to be 1.5 pixel, and then the background is going to be blue color. And then display is going to be inline block. So we're going to have a transform translate y, and it's going to be -4 pixel. Margin left, that's going to be 8 pixel, and transition, I'm just going to use the same transition like so. Alright, but this time I want to set the width. Okay, so next, as a matter of fact, do I really need this? No, I don't think I need that. There was a transition I wanted to do before, but I decided to skip that. So since I'm copying from my ready-made code, I added that as well, but I don't really need that because we are not making use of that transition. I'm making use of this new one that you see right here. So this is much better in my opinion. Alright, so if I save this now, basically what we've been doing is adding this line to both of these button right here, or links right there. Okay, so now we're going to style the project to, not after. The project to, we're going to give that a position of absolute, and then the bottom is going to be -100%. The left is going to be 0, the right is going to be 0, and then the transition, paste that in again, and then opacity, for the opacity I'm going to do 0. So if I save this and I go back, we only have this view project. Now if I should come down and then I do the project link, and then I say hover, and then I want to target the project link 1 like so. So what I can do is a transform translate y and set that to -100%, and then the opacity is going to be 0. And then for the project link hover, and then that's project link 2 like so. I'm going to say the bottom is set to 0, and then the opacity is set to 1. So now if I save and I go back, and something is wrong somewhere. Alright, so let's figure out what just happened. So as you can see, this is working. Okay, so now I see the issue. So here we are supposed to have just project link, not project link 1. So project link hover and then project link 2. So now if I save and go back, yeah, as you can see, it works just fine. Alright, so we are officially done with this page. So next, let's see how we can add that hover effect, because without the hover effect we can't even add our image as well. So for that, we're going to create open another tab in our browser, and I want to search for hover effect umd.js. So yeah, the first one you see should be this GitHub repo from Robin Della. So if I should click on this, and it opens up like so. So you should give him a credit, Robin Della. And then if I should scroll all the way down, as you can see, this is the effect we're going for. This is the effect we're going for right there. So, and these are the usage, so the basic usage and all this. So what we can do is come to this dist folder right here, and in the dist we want to use this hover effect umd.js. I think this is the one we need. So I'm going to click on that. Yeah, this is the one. So I'm going to click on raw right here. So after this raw, I'm going to click save. In fact, I'm just going to hit the Control S or Command S on Mac. So I'm going to put this in my asset JS, and I want to save this in this JS folder right here. So I'm going to hit save. Now if I should go back to my code and then I open my side panel, and I should see, let me collapse all this first. Now I should see the hover effect UMD.js. Alright, so this is what we need right here. Okay, so now what we're going to do, and yes, I'm going to leave a link to everything I'm using in this website. I'm going to leave a link in the description below, so you don't have to start Googling anything or searching for anything online. Okay, so now I'm going to come to the index.html. At the very top, I like to collapse all this so I have a neat code. Alright, so at the header, at the head tag, I'm going to make a comment here and say the hover effect. Paste this right there. And now I want to link that, so I'm going to make a script tag. So I'll say script source, and the source is going to be assets JS over effect UMD.js. So I'll hit save. Now it is time for us to do the images right now. Okay, so I'm going to go to the main.js. I'll make a comment here as well. I'm going to say hover effect and comment this out. So what I can do is say new hover effect and like so. Now I'm going to target the parent, and the document going to be document.query selector and project.thumbnail1. So basically I'm selecting, let me show you in our also I forgot to comment this, so I'm just going to say project section just to be clear. Alright, so in our project section, if you remember, we have in this project image we have a project thumbnail, and I know you must be wondering why I have project thumbnail 1, project thumbnail 2, and project thumbnail 3, and so on. So the reason is because we need to give every one of those images their own class, so we could be able to target them right here using different query selector for them all. So that is why we're having this thumbnail 1, thumbnail 2, thumbnail 3, and thumbnail 4, just in case you're wondering. So now if I go back here, and then after the parents, what I want to do is I want to target the intensity. So the intensity is going to be 0.3, comma, and then now this is where we'll place our image. So for this I'm going to say image 1. So for the image 1, I'm going to wrap this in a string. So I'm going to access the assets. So if you check, my images are in the assets, and inside this asset I have the images folder, and this images folder I have my P1, P2, P3, P4. Okay, so now what I can do is inside the assets I'm going to access the images, and then inside the images I'm going to access the P1. So that is for the first image.jpg. So this is for the first image. I'm going to duplicate this, set the second image. So quick note, you can actually use the same image for both effects. It's not necessary you use different images. So for instance, I'm going to show you what I mean. So right now I have this. So next I'm going to make the displacement image. So for this displacement, let me show you. Displacement image. So I already have one in my folder called dist. Where are you? So this one right here is called this.png. So I'm just gonna copy this to be quick, paste it right here, and change this to this.png. The last thing I want to do is the images ratio. So for that, for the images ratio, I'm going to set that to 381/494. So you have to actually play around with this to see which one is best for you. Actually, you don't just copy these values, except you are using the same image as I'm doing. And I'm going to be leaving the link to this file in the description in my GitHub repo. Alright, so now if I save this, and hopefully this should work already. So if I go down here, as you can see, we don't have anything yet. Alright guys, I forgot to mention that for this hover effect to work, we actually need to grab the tree.js as well. If you read this carefully as well, you also see that it's written here. Let's see where they wrote it. So they said, okay, yeah, they said this helper needs Three.js and twin marks to do the transition, so you need to include it before this little helper. All right, so now here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to go to create another tab right here, and I'm going to search for Three.js CDN, like so. So I'm going to grab this first one right here, cdnjs.com, and then what I'm going to do is, let's see which one. I think I'm going to grab this first one. Yep, so this should do the trick as well, this main.js. So I'm just going to grab this first one. So I'm going to come back to my code, and just before the hover effect, after the gsap, I'm going to make another comment and say Three.js, and then drag this out. So now I'm going to paste that here, and we don't need all this, so I'm going to cut that out. So I believe this should work now. Yep. So as you can see, the image is working fine right now. So if I hover over it, so as you can see, we are using just one image right now. This is just one image. So if you remember, in our JavaScript file, we have this image 1 and image 2, and these two are set to the same image, p1.jpg, p1.jpg. So that's why we are having this effect but on one image. So but if you want to have it on two images like I did in the original design, all you need to do is include the second image in the image 2 right here, so which in my case is called p11. So if I save that, and now if I come right here, as you can see, this is the second image that I have. So this is pretty cool. Alright, so now we know everything works. So let's duplicate this a couple times and change the query selector. So Now this one is gonna be 2, this is gonna be 3, and this is gonna be 4. And if I save this, if I should save this and refresh, as you can see, everything is working. So but then we need to change our images as well. So for here, I'm going to change this to 2, 2, 2, and 3, 3, 3, 4, 4, 4. So all these images are in my folder, so don't think I'm making this up. As you can see, we have P1, P11, P2, P22, P3, P23, P4, P44, as you can see right there. Alright, so if I save now and this page reloads, and yeah, as you can see, this is the first one. Moving forward, this is the second one, and then this is the third, and this is the fourth. So guys, as you can see, everything works perfectly well. Alright, so we are officially done with the project section. So let's get going. Alright, so the next section is actually going to be the testimonial section. So right here, I'm going to create a section. First, let me comment this testimonial section, and right here I'm going to say section dot section, and then with another class of testimonial and an ID of testimonial ammonia. All right, jeez, testimonial. I think I'm just gonna, okay. So next, I'm going to create a class, a div with a class of let's say container, and then another class of testimonial container. And now I'm going to create another class, another div with a class of testimonial bg, and another class of, for now, let's just wait. So now I'm going to create another class called, another div rather, with a class of testimonial data. So the data, the h2 with a class of section title bg data, and I'm going to copy what we have right here. I'll paste that right here. Okay, so next I'm going to create a div with a class of pagination and another div with a class of priv and another okay, let's just hold on. So let's leave only this class for now, and then let's create another class, another div with a class of next, like so. All right, so next, after the testimonial data, we want to create another div with a class of testimonial details, and then a figure with a class of for now let's leave the class. Let's just create a figure, and then want to create a div with a class of quotes. So in this quote, I'm just going to copy the quote I made up by myself, and then inside that same figure, just after the quote, I want to create a div with a class of person, and inside this person div, I want to create a div with a class of profile pic, and in this profile pic, we'll add an image, and the source is going to be our assets, images, and testimonial 1. Now after that, outside the profile pic, we want to have a div with a class of person details, and in the person details, we want to have a span with a class of name, and for this just going to say Juliet Vandy, and then another span with a class of post. So this post, we're going to give him or her a Facebook marketing manager, like so. Jeez, if I can type. Then outside this div, I think that is all. Yeah, so that is all for now. So we're going to copy this and paste a couple times. So first, let me give this a comment. I'm going to say testimonial 1. Comment this out. Just a little. This is a side comment. So copy this all the way down. Copy and then paste, and do the same again. So I want just 3. You could do more than 3 because this is going to be a carousel, so it doesn't matter, but I just want 3. So here I'm going to change this to 2, and the picture as well is going to be 2, testimonial 2, and then the name, I think I'll just leave the name like that. So let's do the third one as well. This is going to be 3. The name is going to be, the picture is going to be 3 rather. And that is all. So if I save this, I will go back and take a look. So these are what we have. These are the 3 images, their comments, their name, and portfolio. All right. So now we're going to go to the style, the CSS, and I want to make a comment, and this is going to be testimonial section, and comment this out like so. All right. So now I'm going to click on I'm going to target the testimonial and give it a background or container color. We have a variable set for container color as well. So now we're going to take the testimonial container, and I'm going to set that to padding. It's going to be 3 rem to the top and bottom, 1.5 to the left and right, and then margin is going to be auto. Now for the testimonial BG, I'm going to set the width to 100%, and then the margin as well to auto. And yeah, the testimonial data pagination. So testimonial data, and then pagination dot pagination. It is a class. So for this, we're going to make display flex, justify contents, space between our line items is going to be center. Now for the testimonial data itself, I'm going to make position relative position relative, and then for the pagination, I'm going to make the margin top is going to be 2 rem. The top itself is going to be 0. The right is going to be 0, and then the z index is going to be 99. I know you might be confused about this pagination, because right here in our index we have the pagination up here, but there is nothing inside except 2 divs with previous and next. So there is nothing inside this pagination, and that is because we'll be using a JavaScript library called Swiper.js, and this Swiper.js comes with a default button. So for that button, while I was working on the main design, I did a lot of findings. I experimented a lot, and then while using the Chrome developer tool or the Mozilla developer tool, I discovered the classes on them and the styling already on those navigation. So that is what I'm using for these values that you see right now. So those are the things I'm using right here, and I'm just like reassigning new values to the design they already made, the design they already set in their CSS. Alright, I hope that makes sense. So for instance, their previous and next. So let's see, if I say previous and then dot next, these two, now if I set the color to white color like this, it won't work because they have their own default color, and I think dark or something, black color or so it won't work until I make it important. So this important would force it to work by force. Alright, so I hope it makes sense now. So the background color is going to be a dark color. The border radius rather is going to be 50%. The width, as a matter of fact, I don't want any border, so I'm going to set the border to none. The width is going to be 40 pixel, and since they already have a set width, so ours can't override it until we add this important to it. And then the height as well, they have a height of 40 pixel. They have their own height rather, so since we want to change that, we'll add the important as well. Then the line height, pretty much almost everything right here, we'll add important to them because they have these values set already. So for the font size, I'm going to make 30 pixel and important. For the position, ours is going to be absolute, and it's going to be important as well. And then hold on. Oh, line height is 30 pixels. Font size is supposed to be 1.3 rem. So the font size is supposed to be 1.3 rem. And then yeah, position absolute. And then the top is going to be 35%. Also 35%. Let's do this and set that to important as well, because they already have their own value. So transition, we're going to say all 0.4 seconds is, and then we're going to set the left. We'll give that on set. So say left on set, because they have their own left value set and it's not going to help us. So left on set, and then right as well is going to be 0. So the right is going to be 0. So I'm going to save this, and for now I'm going to comment all this out like so. So next I'm going to target the previous dot prev. I'm going to give this a margin right of 3.5 rem. And next the prev after. So this after is what they use as their own icon. This after pseudo element is what they use for their own arrows. The arrows that you see that makes you go to left and right, or previous and next, they use the after pseudo element. So the font size for that, I want to set mine to 1 rem, and if you don't make it important, again it won't work. So the font weight is going to be set to bold, and yep. Okay, so next for the previous, I'm going to set the left. I'll give that on set, and right, the right is also going to be 0. Before that, I want to set the figure. Hold on. I want the cursor to be grabbed like so. Okay, so but I'm going to, as a matter of fact, I think I'll just cut this out and paste here, so I can actually make all this comment out. Alright, so now we won't really see much change. In fact, we won't see any, because originally we don't have those next and previous button. So but let's keep going. We still have a lot to start. So for the quotes like so, I'm going to have color, text color. The font weight is going to be 400. The line height is going to be set to 1.8 rem. And then the person, we're going to have that display flex and justify content flex. Justify content flex start, and align items is going to be center. Then we're going to have a margin top set to 1 rem. Then we're going to have profile and that we're going to give it a width of 50 pixel, the height as well of 50 pixel, and then we'll have a border radius of 50%, overflow of hidden, and then margin right of 1 rem, just like that. Next, we are going to target the name and the post. So for this, we're going to say display block, so they stack on top of each other. And now for the name, I'm going to say font weight is going to be 600. The color is going to be dark color, and the post is going to be have a font size of let's say 0.9 rem. And now let's take a look. Alright, so here is what we have. 0.9 rem is big, so let's see 0.7 rem. Okay, that's too small. Now let's leave it at 8. Alright, so this is good at 8 rem. Okay, so next, what do? We need to look for a way to make this slide through. So with that, like I said earlier, we're going to be using the Swiper JS. Alright, so now I'm going to open another tab and do Swiper JS. I'll go to their main website. And while I'm here, okay, let's see, get started. So we want to install using the CDN, and for that we are going to add these two into our code. So let's even copy them one after the other. So I'm going to copy the link. So as for the link, I'm going to come back here. After the hover, I'm going to say Swiper CSS. So I'm going to paste that right here. And then I'm going to make another link, another comment, and say Swiper JS. Drag that out. And now I'm going to copy this script right here. So if I come down and paste, now we have this. Alright, so in order for this to work, as you can see, add swiper HTML layout. So in the general body, we need to add the swiper, and then additional required wrapper. So the swiper wrapper, the swiper slide to all the slide I want to be sliding left and right. And then for the navigation, all we need to do is add the swiper pagination, and then the swiper button, previous, next, and swiper scroll bar. Alright, let me show you that in action actually. Okay, so what I can do is right in here, I'm going to go all the way down. So from the top right here, I'm going to start with the swiper BG. So the swiper BG is basically what wraps everything right here. So as you can see right here, so this div with class of swiper wraps everything in here from here to here. So we're going to be doing the same. So since this swiper BG is what is wrapping, we're just going to add the swiper right there. So with that, Next, the next stage we're going to be adding is the pagination. So for this pagination, the previous and the next are going to have a swiper dash button dash brief. So as you can see, this one needs to change to next. So now the next one is on these details. So the testimonial details, we're going to add the swiper wrapper like so, and then on each and every figure we're going to add a class and then give that class swiper slide, because these are the slides, the figures are the slides, and these are where the testimonial comment starts from, the testimonial 1, testimonial 2 and 3. So these are the slides. So for each slide like this, we're going to copy this and paste it a couple more times to the other figure. So 2 and then 3. So if I go down here, well, you start to see some kind of stuff happening right here. First, you will see that all this all the content is appear, leaving only one, and that is because these are almost working. So we need to do one or two things in the JavaScript file as well. As you can see, these are the previous and next button I'm talking about. So if I inspect this, let me just show you what I'm talking about, what I've been saying. So if I should inspect that, as a matter of fact, just to be specific, I'm going to select it like so, and now see here. So you can see that they already have some basic styling. You see right 10 pixel, left auto, you see position, you see the top, you see the width, you see the height. So they already have their own values right here. So if I want to override this value, the reason why I've been adding all those important is so that I can override all these values that they have for their own style right here. So I hope it makes sense now. So now if I go back to our code and I go back to the style, if I should come up and then uncomment out all this like so, and then this as well. So if I save this now and I come here, as you can see, this is the styling that I did for us. So this styling is the one I made for our own. So as you can see right now, it is not the way it was just a minute ago. Okay guys, this is looking really good. Okay, so I'm going to reduce this a little because I think it is too much. So I'm going to leave this at 3 rem. Yeah, so 3 rem is perfect for this. Alright, so now let's go to the JavaScript part, and now we could target our swiper JS. Okay, so for this, what we can do is basically we could come down and say const swiper equals new swiper, and then in that we're going to have a swiper, then a comma with a comma and this. Alright, so first we want to have a loop. So this loop is going to be true because we want it to loop to the next, to the first after it gets to the end. So after that, this is for the navigation. So let me just make a comment here. Navigation arrows. Alright, so for this I'm going to say navigation, and so for the navigation, the way it's styled is next L, so which is like next element, and I'm going to say the swiper dash button next, which is what they have by default, and then this is going to be priv, also this right here, priv. So now I'll say autoplay delay is going to be set to 3000, and then the disable on interaction will set that to false. So basically this disable on interaction is when you hover over this, like if it's auto playing on its own and it's moving to the left, it's moving to the left, and when you bring your mouse over it like this, your cursor over it like this, automatically it will want to pause. It will pause so that it won't move. But in this case, I want it to keep going without stopping, without pausing at all. So that's why I'm adding this disable on interaction, and I'm making it false. So now if I save, hopefully this should work. Okay, so I forgot to add the comma right here and right here. So now if I save, everything should work just fine, as you can see right now. So this is beautiful, and even if I'm not clicking, I just wait, it moves on its own automatically at 3 seconds. Every 3 seconds it moves. Alright, so that is pretty cool. So let's see our original design. I want to see if I have any hover effect on that. So go to the white and to the testimonial. Okay, so there is an hover effect. I don't know if I added that, so I'm just going to cross check. There is no hover right here, and why is that? So I'm going to take a look at my code real quick. Okay, so after this priv after and next after, we're going to have a priv hover and next hover, and for the hover I want to set a background, and so it has to be blue, blue color, and we'll also need to make that important, and then the color is going to be white. Yeah, 1 2 3, also important. So now if I save and go back, this is our original design, but if I come back to our main right now, as you can see, these are working, and if I keep clicking on it both back and forth, as you can see, it works just fine. Alright guys, so we've been able to achieve this testimonial section as well. So next, I think the next section is the Instagram section. So let's see how we can make that work as well. So back to the index, I'm going to collapse all this. Come here, so Instagram section, comment this out like so. Now for this section, I'm going to say start with the section as usual, with a class of section, with a class of Instagram and an ID of Instagram as well. Now a div with a class of container and Instagram container, and then a div with a class of container 1. Now we need a span, and the span needs to have a class of IG subtitle, and it says what's new, and then an H2, the H2 will have a class of section title and another class of IG title. So this is going to be latest on Instagram. Latest on Instagram. Then we're going to have a div with a class of Instagram data and another class of grid. So now we're going to have a div with a class of IG box, and in that box we want to have an image, and that image is going to be IG1. Let's see where the IG is. Okay, right there. So after that, inside the same IG box, we're going to have a div with a class of IG details, and in that details we're going to have an icon with a I think I'm just going to copy. So this icon is actually going to be the Instagram icon. So let's go back to our box icon and search for Instagram, and I'm going to be using this outline one. So I'll copy this, come back and paste right here, and then we're going to have a class of IG. So that's another class I just added. And now after the icon, we're going to have a P with some bunch of dummy text right here, and then after that we're going to have a div with a class of likes and another class of flex. So now we're going to copy, we're going to go back to the box icon and search for likes or like. No, I think I want to do hearts. So hearts was what we did, and I think it's this one. Yeah, I think it's this one we used. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this, go back and paste right here. That is for the likes. And then for the amount of likes, I'm going to create a div with the class of numbers, and I'm just going to put a value of 12.7k right there. Okay, so I'll hit save on that, and I think I'm done with the first Instagram item right there, Instagram post. Alright, so now we're going to copy this and duplicate it a couple times. So but first let me see where it started from. It started from the IG box. So what I can do is say IG or Instagram post 1 and comment that out. Short comments, Gabriel. All right, so I'm going to copy this and then paste a couple times. 1, 2. Okay, so for the second one, I'm going to change this to 2 and change the image to 2 as well. Every other content can be the same. The same goes for these 3 and 3. Okay, so if I save this, we are done with the index.html part. So I'll go to the style.css and this the Instagram section. Now in the Instagram section, what I want to do is I'll come down and say I'll target the IG subtitle first. So but first let's see what we have so far. So here are the things we have. So as you can see, all this content are here and this isn't looking really good, so let's style that. So IG, and while we are grabbing this, let's also grab the IG title. So we're gonna have the text align. It's gonna be set to center. The display is gonna be block. Now we're gonna have the IG subtitle. The font size is gonna be 2 rem. The text transform is gonna be uppercase, and then the font weight 700. The margin bottom is gonna be negative 0.7 rem. Then opacity is gonna be 0.15, like so. And then the Instagram data, we're gonna have the max width set to 900 pixel, and then the margin top is gonna be 3 rem. And yeah, let's see. Okay, so first I made a mistake in the H2 element. I said section title. It's supposed to be section title. So okay, at least that is working. The only issue now that I haven't been able to figure out is why this IG subtitle is not working. So I have IG subtitle and it is spelled correctly. Then in here as well, IG subtitle. Oh, subtitle. Title. Okay, so now this should work. Okay. The spelling was confusing for a while. I didn't even see that there's no T right there. Alright guys, so moving forward, the IG box, I'm going to set the position to relative. The weight is going to be 50%. No, not 50%, but rather it's a 5%. The width is set to 85%. The max width is going to be 300 pixel, and then the height is going to be 300 pixel as well. Then the overflow, we're going to have set that to hidden. The margin is going to be auto, and then the cursor is going to be pointer. So next, the IG box img, we're going to set that to position absolute. We're going to have a top of 0, left of 0. The width is going to be 100%. Likewise, the height as well. The height is going to be 100%. And yeah, so we have this. So now all those contents are gone. So now what I'm going to do is come down here and say that IG box, and then I want to give it, set the after value. So the content is going to be empty, and then we're going to have a position of absolute. Then the top is going to be 0, the left is going to be 0, the width is also going to be 100%, the height is going to be 100%, then the background is going to be set to 0. The opacity for now is going to be 0 as well, and the transition is going to be set to 0.3 seconds, is in out. I'm going to make that all. So if I should take off this opacity and I come here, as you can see, this is just really black or dark. So with the opacity, everything is clear. Alright, so next what I can do is come to the IG, say IG details, and position is going to be absolute, top is going to be 5%, left is going to be 0, left is going to be 0, and text align is going to be center. Then the color is going to be set to white. The Z index will be 1. The padding is going to be 2 rem. Transform, translate Y is going to be set to negative 25 pixel. Transition is going to be 0.5 seconds, is in out, or, and then the opacity as well is going to be 0. But if I uncomment out this, and I should the Z index is 1, the text is white. Okay, let me see. Okay, let's just move forward until we get to the hover effect, the hover part of it. So when we get to the hover, everything will be clear. Alright, so now, I think here is the problem. It's supposed to be IG details. Okay, so it was supposed to be .ig details, but I did something else. Alright, now I'm going to target IG, not box, just IG, and the font size is going to be font size is going to be 1.8 rem. Display is going to be set to block, and margin bottom is going to be 1.5 rem. And then the IG details P will have the font weight set to 300. The line height will be set to 2 rem, and the margin bottom is going to be 1.5 rem. Then the likes, those likes, I'm going to make that justify content is going to be center, because we already have the flex class in the index.cs.html. So the align items is going to be center as well. We're going to make the gap 0.3 rem. The font size, what the hell is that? The font size is going to be 1 rem. The margin top is going to be 0.7 rem. The width 80 pixel. The margin is going to be auto, and then we have the background is going to be 1 to 3, that's white, and then the padding is going to be 0.1 rem to the top and bottom, and then 0 to the left and right. So we're going to have a border radius of 50 pixel and a font weight of 600, and then the color of dark. And now we still can't see it because this is set to opacity, this, so now we can see. Alright, so I'm going to leave that opacity commented out until we are done with this section. So now the likes, I just finished the likes. So the likes I, so which is the icon, and then the I for the icon. We're going to make that font size going to be 1 rem, and the color, that's going to be set to FF0055, and yeah, so that's the color right there. So next, the IG box, hover, and then after, so the opacity is going to be set to 0.9, and then IG box, hover, IG details. So when we hover over the IG box, we want the details also to have an opacity of 1, and then a translate Y of 0. So now I'm going to go back up and uncomment this. So if I save and I go back, now if I hover over this, you see the effects coming up nice and smooth. And all this is done using just HTML and CSS alone, no JavaScript. Alright, so moving to the very last part, which is a very last section, which is the footer area. For this, we're going to do this outside the main because it's not in the body. So it's not in the main, actually it's in the body. So now I'm going to make a comment, footer section, and alright, so for this, first thing I want to do is make this footer, and then footer class and a section class as well, and also an ID of footer, Okay, so now we're going to say div with a class of container, and another class of footer container, and then one more class of grid. Now inside the container, we're going to have a footer logo, a div with a class of footer logo, and then in that we're going to have our home logo. So what I can do is go back to the header section. I'm going to do, so I want to copy this a tag that houses our home logo, and the reason why I'm copying from here and not doing it from scratch is because I already have those classes, so I don't want to be writing that again and boring us out. So I'm just going to paste that in here, V, and I'm going to collapse all this. Alright, so now after the logo, we're going to come out and footer, we're going to say footer right, we're going to make the h2 and we'll give that a class of footer contacts title, and another class of section title. And what does the title says? Let's work, and then we add a line break to this and together like so. Alright, so after the h2 we have a form, and this form no action. So in this form we're going to have a div with a class of split, and in that split tag we're going to have an input, and then that input is going to be text. So we're going to add a placeholder, not a class, a placeholder, and placeholder is going to hold the full name, and we're also going to make this required just like that, and we're going to duplicate this. So the only thing I'm changing here is the placeholder. So here is going to be phone number. I'm just going to add a country code from Nigeria. So that's 234 right there. All right. So out of that div, I'm going to have a text area, and the text area is going to have a message. The name is going to be message. Then the ID is also going to be message. The columns is going to be 30. The rows is going to be, I think I'll just make that 4. And yeah, this would also have a placeholder, and it's going to be your message also required. All right, next, after the text area, I'm going to have a button, and the button is going to have a type of submit and a class of btn sub, another class of submit btn, like so, and then we'll say send message, just like that. Alright, so that is that for the form. Now outside the form, as a matter of fact, outside the footer right, we're going to have another div called footer left. So it's more like right column and left column. So right here inside, we're going to have a UL with a class of footer social links, and in this UL we're going to have a bunch of LIs and A's. So the LI is going to have a class of footer social. As a matter of fact, I think I'm just going to copy this over. So what I can do is go back to the very top in our header. I just want to copy in the header, in the nav menu. Okay, so I want to copy this UL right here, including the email, I think. So I'm going to copy all this. I'll collapse it again because I want a clean environment. Then I'm going to come down here, and in this left call, I'm going to paste that right in. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to for all this, I'm just going to click on this, and then while holding the Alt key, I'm going to select every other class is the very first letter, before the very first letter. So I'm selecting everything like this, from the LIs, like so. And what I'm going to do here is just add footer and then dash. That is it. So basically what I'm doing is I'm trying to do the same thing I did for the menu section. So instead of typing all this over, I just have to copy them and then add another class to them, so that they are not functioning the same, as in they won't react the same way the one in the menu reacts. Okay, so if I save this now and I go back, as you can see, they are scattered. They are not as arranged as this is, and that is because we already changed the styling, the CSS class on them. So next, I'm going to add in a p tag just before the email. So the p is going to have a class of footer description. So for that, I'm going to copy what I have here and paste it right in. Then the email, I'm going to do the same thing. Add footer dash email, and that is all. Now for the next, I'm going to add in a copyright. So just after this email, I'm going to have a div with a class of copyright. So I'm just going to search for this real quick. Copyright CSS HTML code. Okay, I and copy. All right, I forget this every single time, so I have to search for it. Okay, so I'm just going to paste that right here, and then 2021 by, and then an A tag. It's gonna have, okay, first I'm just gonna copy my channel link, so all this right here, so I'm gonna paste in my channel link, and this is gonna have a target, and the target is gonna be blank. So this is basically, the target is basically when you click on this link, it's not going to disturb, not going to refresh or reload the page you are currently on, but instead it's going to open this site or this YouTube channel in another tab or in your YouTube app directly. So that's what this is actually for. And in between this, I'm just going to type in just perfect designs YouTube. So the YT stands for YouTube. All right, so I think that is all for the footer area. So if we check now what we have right here, as you can see, everything is looking scattered. The button is styled because we have a CSS styling for this already. So now let's go to the CSS style. All right, so I'm just going to say footer section. Okay, so for the footer section, I'm going to start with okay, let's see. All right, I'm going to start with the footer itself, footer. Then the background is going to be container color. The margin top is going to be 10 rem, and then the padding is going to be 7 rem 0. Then we're going to have footer container. The footer container, we're going to have a gap of 0, position relative, and then for the footer logo, the logo is going to have a width of 160 pixel. No, I think I should still leave it at 150. Okay, position is going to be absolute, and then we're going to have the top set to 7 pixel, and then the left is going to be 0. Then we'll have the footer footer right, and that's going to be margin top 3 rem, margin top 3 rem, footer contact title, margin top is going to be 3 rem as well. Then the form, for the form, I'm going to make a margin top of 3 rem as well. Okay, so if all this is going to be the same, then I think the best way to do this is to put them on one like this, paste, copy this as well, comma, paste, and now I can get rid of all this. Since everything has a margin top of 3 rem, so I'm just going to leave it like that so that my code can be much cleaner and better and easy to read. Alright, so next the input, and then the text area. I'm going to give this a width of 100%, a max width of 100% as well, and then a background of transparent, border bottom is going to be 1 pixel solid, and we're going to have the text color. The padding is going to have 10 pixel to the top, 0, 2 pixel, and then 0. So 10 to the top, 0 to the right, 2 pixels to the bottom, and then 0 to the left. Alright, so margin bottom is going to have 1.5 rem. And then the color, that's the placeholders, and the text that will be typed into this, they're going to be set to dark color, yeah. So then the font size is going to be 1 rem. The font weight is going to be set to 300. So now if I save this and I go back here, as you can see, these are okay, but the font weight is too small, so let's do 500. 500 is much better. Alright, moving forward, we're going to hit the submit button. Submit btn, and that's going to have a margin top of 1 rem, and then the footer social links, that is going to have a margin top of 4 rem and a margin bottom of 3 rem. Then footer social link singular is going to have a margin of 0 to the top, 20 pixels to the right, 0 to the bottom, and 0 to the left, and then a display of inline block, a position of relative, and then a footer social link, and the A. So we're going to set the font size to 1 rem. The height is going to be set to 24 pixels. The font weight is going to be 600, and then the color is going to be title color. Also, the position is going to be relative. Display is going to be block, and overflow is going to be hidden. Next, the footer social link AI, which is the icon. The position is going to be absolute. The bottom is going to be negative 100%. The left is going to be 0. The right is going to be 0. And then the text align That's gonna be in the center. The font size has to be 1 rem. Font size 1 rem. The color is gonna be the blue color, and then we have our transition, and then the opacity is gonna be set to 0. Next, the footer social link A over span. We're going to have the transform translate y -100%. Opacity is going to be set to 0. Now the footer social link A over, and then the icon, we want to set the bottom to 7 pixel, and then the opacity to 1, and then the footer social link after, that's gonna have an empty content. Display is gonna be inline block. Width is gonna be 3 pixel. Height is gonna be 3 pixel. Border radius, gonna be 50%. Background, that's gonna be set to blue color, and then position is gonna be absolute position. Then the top is gonna be 0, and the right is gonna be -14 pixel, just like that. And then we're gonna have the footer social link end of type 4. After, it's gonna be display none. Okay, so if I save this now and go back, now we have this as well. So the icon should change color. Oh, set this to color scheme instead of color. So now the icon color is blue. Alright. Next, the footer description. The color is going to be text color. Margin bottom is going to be 2 rem. Line height is going to be 1.5 rem. Font weight is going to be 600. Jeez. Font weight 600. Max width 500 pixel. Next, the footer email is gonna be margin top of 2 rem. What's this? Margin top 2 rem. and the position is going to be relative. Display is going to be inline flex, and then I'm going to have the footer email a. The font size is going to be 1.15 rem. The color is going to be dark color. The font weight is going to be 700. The font family is going to be Montserrat font. Display is inline flex, and the footer email before, so the content is going to be empty. Position is going to be absolute. The bottom is going to be -7 at the bottom. -7 pixel. Left is going to be 0. Background is going to be 414141, and the width is going to be set to 100%. The height is going to be 1 pixel, like so. And then footer email over after, okay, before. So now I'm going to set the width to 100%. So if I save and let's reload and take a look. Okay. Oh no, I just did wrong. This is actually supposed to be after, and it's not even supposed to come now. So the footer email after is going to come first, and I'm just going to copy all the content in. Like so. So we have an empty content, position absolute, 7 pixel bottom, negative, left 0, background blue color, the weight is 0, the height is 1.5 pixel, and then the transition all just like that. So if I come back here, and yeah, as you can see, there is that effect. Okay, so next, the copyright. So for the copyright, first let me see. Okay, all right, the copyright is going to be display block, and then the color is going to be white color, and the position is going to be relative. I think I'm going to make this dark color instead. Yeah, all right. Position relative. Then the copyright A. So for the A, I'm going to set the color to blue color. Then the position is also going to be relative. Okay, for this, I think I'm just going to take that off, and I'm going to add in a margin top of 3 rem right here instead. So if I save and we take a look, now this is what we get. All right, so for the A, I'm going to set the after, the before and after. I think I'm just going to copy what I have here instead, because it's kind of the same with what I just did with, it's the same what I just did with the footer email as well. So it's nothing different. So as you can see, I have a before with a content, an empty content, the position absolute, bottom 7. Basically the same thing as I did with the email one. So everything here is the same. So if I save and I go back, as you can see right here, you see that effect as well. So everything is just the same. All right. So we are done with the footer area as well. And yeah, as you can see, all this works just fine. Everything works really awesome well. Okay, so now let's create this scroll up that we see on the finished product. This scroll up right here. So we're going to create that. So for that, I'm going to come here in the index. I'm going to be putting that at the very bottom, just after the footer. So I'm going to give this a class of a comment of scroll back up, and I'm going to do this. All right, so now what I need to add is an A tag with a class of scroll up and an ID of scroll up. And then in this tag, I'm going to have, in this tag, I'm going to have that icon. So I'm going to go down here. I think the name of that icon is sort. I think it's sort. Yeah, so this one right here. So I'm going to copy that, come back and paste it right in. And then I'm going to give it a class of scroll up icon. Just like that. I save that. Now I'll come to the style.css. So scroll back up, comment that out, and good to go. All right, so next I'm going to call the scroll up, and I'm going to set the position to fixed. Right is going to be 1.5 rem. The bottom is going to be negative 20%, and then the display will be flex. The background is going to be blue color. The border radius is going to be 50%. The padding is going to be 0.8 rem. The opacity is going to be 0.9, and yeah, the Z index is going to be very high. then transition is going to be 0.4 seconds, just like that. Now the hover, scroll up, hover. So for the hover, I'm going to set the background to let me make this should I do the first color, and then the opacity will be 1, like so. So now if I check, I don't see anything. Okay, the reason is because I set the bottom to negative. Yeah, okay, so there we go. And yeah, the bottom has to be negative. All right, it has to be set to negative. Okay, so I'm going to go to the JavaScript part right now. So in the JavaScript, we are going to, let me comment this out first. Scroll back up, and then I'm going to create a function and scroll up. So it's going to be a scroll up function, and const scroll up equals document dot get element by ID, and then scroll up, so this was the ID we created. Scroll, so scroll up, and then so we're going to say if this dot scroll y is greater than or equal to let's say 200. Let's leave that at 200. So one is a scroll up dot class list dot add. We want to add this show scroll. Else scroll up dot class list dot remove show scroll. All right, okay, so now we're just going to call this window dot add event listener, and we're going to listen for the scroll events, and then scroll up. So now if I hit save and I come back here, nothing is going to happen because we added a class here, but we've not created a class in our CSS. So what we can do is come back, and then we create the class of show scroll. So we're going to say show scroll, we're just going to set the bottom to 5 rem, and if I save and come back, now if I scroll, as you can see, it pops up, and when I click on this, it takes me to the top. So wherever I am and I click on this, it takes me to the top. But there is one thing we missed though. I think I forgot to style the scroll up icon. So I'm going to be doing that now. So scroll up dash icon. So I'm going to say the color will be set to white, and then the font size is going to be 1.25 rem, and of course this is scroll icon. Alright, so now you can see, and I made it a little bit transparent so you could see whatever is underneath it. Alright, so this is perfect. Okay, so since we get this working, I think the next thing we want to do is figure out a way to make this website responsive, so every other sections, as every other screen size, it could fit in perfectly well. So like the tablet version and then the desktop version. Alright, so first what we're going to do is come back to our style.css, and then I'm just going to say media queries. So for this, what I want to do is basically I just want to grab the smallest screen, so something like that's media screen and max width 359 pixel. So at this screen size, this is a very small screen size. I want to reduce this, all the sections. So first the IG subtitle, and I'll make the font size 1.4 rem, and then the nav menu padding left is going to be 1.5 rem, and then the social link A, the font size is going to be 0.8 rem, and then the email A, the font size is going to be 1 rem, and yeah, so that is that for this. So basically what I'm doing is, at sizes like this, I'm trying to reduce all this. As you can see, it is big here and it is small here. And also I did work on this part as well. As you can see, these are smaller, and this width here, let me expand it so you understand what I'm talking about. So you can see the gap around somewhere around here. You can see the gap here, and then this is bigger. So but when I reduce it, you can see this is smaller and the gap here reduced. Alright, so that is for that screen size. Next, let's go to the next media query. So at media screen, and this time is going to be main width, and then we're going to do 576 pixel, and then first we want to target the section. So for the section, I want to make the padding. The padding is going to be 6.5 rem, 0, and then 4.5 rem. So 6.5 rem to the top, 0 to the left and right, and then 4.5 rem to the bottom. Okay, so next I'm going to select the section title and then the IG subtitle. I'm going to make the margin bottom be set to, I'm going to make the font size be set to 2.8 rem, like so. And then the IG subtitle itself is going to have a margin bottom of -1.3 rem. So next, the container is going to have a margin left of 3.5 rem and then margin right of 3.5 rem. Next, we're going to have the theme container. So for the theme container, I'm going to have margin right of 2 rem, and then the theme switch wrapper. The theme switch wrapper span, I'm going to make display block, and then font size is going to be 1 rem. And then the nav menu padding left is going to be 6 rem. Nav link is going to have a font size of 3 rem, and then the home title is going to have a font size of 3.2 rem and a line height of 108%. Then the home description is going to have a font size of 1.1 rem and a line height of let's say 2 rem, like so. Then the play btn is going to have the width of 80 pixel, height of 80 pixel, and then the play btn icon gonna have a font size of 3 rem. Yeah, like that. Then for the project image, the project image is going to have a height of 400 pixel. Project thumbnail is going to have a height of 400 pixel as well. So the previous and the next button are both going to have a width of 50 pixel, important, and then a height or 50 pixel also important. Then the previous is going to have a margin right, of about 4 rem, and let's see the quote. So for the quote, it's going to have a font size of 1.2 rem, and then line height of 2 rem, and then margin bottom of 1.2 rem, and then project peak this is going to have a width of 60 pixel and a height of 60 pixel. Alright, so let's go back. Before saving, let's see what we have at 5. Yeah, somewhere around there. As you can see, okay. So now when I save, let me see. Alright. Okay, I think I'm going to reduce this margin. So probably let's leave it as 3 and see. Okay, 0.3. Alright, so 3.3 works fine. Next, let me see the section title again. Font size is 2.8 rem. What if I make 2.7? I think this is much better. Alright, so let's start this right here, but first we need to style the name. So for the name, we're going to give it a font weight of 600, font size of 1.1 rem, then margin bottom of 0.5 rem. So for the post, we're going to have a font size of 0.8 rem. Then the IG details, we're going to have a padding of 1 rem, and the Instagram data, we're going to have the grid template columns. I'm going to set that to repeat to 1 fr, and then the width is going to be set to 500 pixel. The margin left is auto, and the margin right is auto. So now if I save this and I go back to see, as you can see right now, this is what we get. So for the width, what if I make this 600? Oh no, it's gonna be really small. What a 550. Alright, I think 500 is our best choice right here. Then let me see the container. Okay, so let's leave this at alright. Next, the IG box. So we're going to set the width to 100%, and then we're going to set the form split display flex column gap is going to be 2 rem. Align items center, justify content center, and then the form itself is going to have a width of 90%, just like that. So now this is what we have right here. Alright, so this is displayed into flex. Okay, looking good already. So next we're going to go to the next one, which is the 768 pixel screen size. So for this, I think I'm just going to copy everything I have here, because this tutorial is taking longer than I expected. It's almost 5 hours I've been recording this, so let me just quickly copy this and paste instead, and then I'll explain. Alright, so for the 768 pixel mean width, we have the bottom set to margin 0. We have the section set to padding top 7 rem. The section title and the IG subtitle have a font size of 3 rem. The container have a margin left and margin right of 2 rem. The header has a top of 1.5 rem. The nav menu has a padding left of 8 rem and a padding top of 5 rem. The logo has a nav up. The logo have a width of 180 pixel. The nav open and nav close have a width of 60 pixel and a height of 60 pixel. The nav link have a font size of 3.5 rem and a line height of 80 pixel. Social link A and social link A icon have a font size of 1.1 rem. So the social link A hover, so when you hover on the social link, the icon will have a bottom of 5 pixel, and the email link as well has a font size of 1.3 rem. So the home have a padding top of 9 rem. That's the home section, and then the home container have a display flex column gap 3 rem. So this is where things start to get exciting, because now at this screen size we'll be adding the image in our home. Alright, so that's why we have the home display flex column gap is 3 rem. The home data has a flex basis of 58% and a max weight of 58%, while the home image have a flex basis of 42% and a max weight of 42%. Position relative and the width is 359 pixel. The overflow is hidden and the height is 400 pixel. Now the home image is now display block because we set the display to none in the mobile version. So now it is display block, and the height is 100%. The position is relative. So now the home title has a font size of 2.5 rem and line height of 3 rem. So now if I save this, let's take a look at the home for first. Alright, so I'm going to drag this out to about 768 or something. So as you can see, this is the image right here, and as you can see, everything is well aligned. Alright, so moving forward, the play button has a width of 110 pixels, which is this right here, and a height of 110 pixels. So the play button icon has a font size of 5 rem. So the project content wrap for the project section, so the content wrap, as you can see, it is displayed in 2. So the project content wrap has a width of 100%, display flex, and align items of center, justify content center, and a flex direction of row. The project media has a flex of 0. You don't box flex. So it has a flex of 0, 50%, and a max width of 50%. A height also of auto. Then we have a project content with a flex of 50 as well. A max width of 50%, padding of 0, 40 pixel to the left and right, 0 to the top and bottom, and a margin top of 0. And then the project image has a max height of 550 pixel, and the project thumbnail has a height of 100%. The project list child and the project content wrap has a flex direction row reverse. So here is what we're talking about. So the row reverse is basically, this is how it's supposed to be, but when we added the reverse to it, so it brings this over like this. Alright, so the project content has an H3. The project content H3 rather has a font size of 2.1 rem. The testimonial BG has a width of 80%. The quotes has a font size of 1.5 rem, line height 2.5 rem, margin 2 rem, and margin top 2 rem, and a bottom of 1.5 rem. Instagram data has a grid template columns of 3.13. Instagram data has a grid template column of repeat 1FR, and basically this is how it looks like, as you can see right here. Alright, so I think there's something wrong with these other two, but we're going to figure that out later. Okay, I think I just need to refresh the page. Alright, so that is that for this Instagram as well. And then for the form, as you can see, for the footer area, the grid template column is set to repeat 1FR, which is basically what you see right here. And as you can see, it has a gap of 3 rem in between like this. Okay, so we have a form. The form has a width of 100%. A footer right, order one, margin top. No, everything is basically simple here. And don't worry, the code will be in the description below, so you can download it from my GitHub repo. Alright, so the scroll back up has a padding of 1 rem, scroll icon, color, and then the font size of 1.7 rem. So the scroll back up is basically this icon. As you can see, it gets bigger on this screen size. So the next screen size we're going to copy in is a 968. So this part is basically where I decided to split, make the let me go there first. 968. Okay, so this is where I decided to make this instead of full screen, so like go half like this. So let me show you what I'm talking about. Alright, so now the container has a margin left of auto and a margin right of auto. The padding left has a 25 pixel, the padding right has a 25 pixel as well on the container. So we will resize the font size of the section title and the IG subtitle. So the header top to rem, the nav menu width 55%, and as you can see, the nav menu, the width has been reduced to 55% right here. So the logo as well has a width of 200 pixels. So if I save this now and I come back here, as you can see, this is 55%. All right. So every other thing is basically the same. There's no much to to add or remove. Everything is almost exactly the same. So the last media query is this. So there is nothing much here. So basically reducing the padding on the container from 25 pixel to 15 pixel, and then increasing the font size, margin bottom for the IG subtitle, nav menu, and no, just basic things. Is nothing serious at all. So now we have the final site ready, as you can see right here. All right. Okay guys, so I think the last thing, oh, I forgot the image right here. It can't be displayed like this, so we have to go back to our code, go to the main.js, and yeah, in this section right here, what we want to do actually is copy this, duplicate it like this, then we're going to change this to what we have. Let me go back up. Okay, so we are going to change that variable to this one right here, this home img. So I'm just going to copy this home img, come back here, and then paste it right here. So with that, I have to comment out this image, so we don't have any image right now here. As you can see, there is no image here. So if I come back here and then I choose the hero and then hero 2, and I'm going to change this as well. So the value here is going to be 450 and then 400. So now if I save this, I believe this should work right now. So as you can see, it is working perfectly well without any issue. All right, so guys, I think the next thing that is left to do is the toggle between the light mode and the dark mode. So we already have the button here, so what is left for us to do is just to add the JavaScript code, so this could work very, very well. All right, so what I'm going to do is go back to the code editor, and in the main.js, I'm going to come down here and I'm going to say, comment this out, dark lighting. I'm going to comment this out like so, and then I'm going to create a const toggle switch equals document dot query selector, and I want to select the theme switch and the input, and then what do I need inside that input? Well, I need the type, and then a checkbox. So I need to grab the checkbox, and then once that is done, I'm going to create a const here, and then switch theme equals get past the parameter here. So if e.target checked, so we're going to say document element the set attribute. So we want to get the data theme, and then dark, else document element set attribute data theme light. And now we're going to call that right here. So we're going to say toggle switch dot add event listener, and then we'll pass in the change, and then switch theme like so. So now if I save this and then go back and click on this, as you can see, the background changed to the dark version of it, and you can see the colors and everything popping out like so, and everything works just as we expect it to work. Alright, so click on this button, go back up, click on this, it changes as you can see. So we can switch now back and forth, but there is an issue. So now we are on the dark theme. If I should refresh this, it takes me back to the light theme, and then this button is still on the dark theme mode, because this is how it looks like. As you can see, when I click on it, nothing happens, but if I click back, it goes to the dark. If I click here, it goes to the light. But right here, and I refresh, it changed back to white, and this is still in the dark mode. Alright, so let's see how we can store this in the local storage so that our browser remembers what we selected last and keep that in the memory. Okay, so to do that, I'll go back to my code editor right here, and then I'm going to, it's very easy actually, I'm going to come down inside my if statement. I'm going to say local storage dot set item, and then want to set the theme, and then dark. This is going to be in a string. So now we're going to copy this, copy and paste down here, and set it to light. Now we're going to come down and say const current theme is equal to local storage dot get item, get the theme, then local storage say does get item theme, then no. Alright, current theme, current with C, yeah, current theme. So down here we're going to say if current theme document element the set attribute data theme current theme, then we're going to say if current theme is strictly equals dark, toggle switch dot checked equals true. So we're basically saying that if the dark theme is activated, then the toggle switch should remain checked. If the light theme is activated, then the toggle switch should go back to default. Alright, so if I save this and then I go back here, and as you can see, if I come back to the light and I hit the refresh button right here, it stays to the right, and this toggle switch is taken down here at the very beginning. And then if I click on this, the toggle switch is here, even the color here changed, and then this background changed. And if I click on refresh right now, as you can see, it remains dark, and this also remains where it is, it remains checked. Alright guys, so we have finally been able to finish up this. So I think what is left for me to do is basically when I click on this menu, I want this icon to disappear, this circle here to disappear, so that I don't confuse people. Maybe they click on this and they want to come back and click it so that they can close this and discover that it's not working. So it's better for me to hide it as soon as they click it. So to do that, I'm going to come back to my file right here. I'm going to scroll to the top in the GSAP section actually, and then right here I want to, in the nav open, I'm going to say nav open dot style dot opacity. I'm going to set it to 0, and then I'm going to copy it and paste it here, and then set it to 1, copy, paste here again, set to 1, and then paste here again, set it to 1. So now if I save and go back, as soon as I click on this, it disappears. So now we are left with all this, and as you can see, this is not supposed to happen. So I'll have to figure this back and get back to this tutorial, because right now you can see that I can still hover over this image where whereas this overlay, dark overlay, is covering it. So it is not supposed to happen. So I'm going to figure it out and I'm going to be back in a minute. Alright guys, so finally I figured out where the issue is coming from. After console logging this, I discovered that I used a caps lock here, like a capital letter P, and it's supposed to be lowercase, not uppercase. So you know the rules. So if I save this right now and then I go back, I believe this should work. Right now everything is working well. So if I click on this, the circle hides, and now I can't click on this anymore, because the reason is because in the style, in this overlay right here, I have the pointer event set to none, and then in the JavaScript I have the pointer event set to auto. So that is how I'm controlling this. So it's not supposed to work. So right now if I click on it, as you can see, it works. So now I'm just going to add in this section, in the style tab here, I'm going to add a cursor of pointer right there. So as soon as I do this and I click on this, as you can see, we have a pointer cursor, and when I click on it, everything disappears, and it works not just for the dark version but also for the light version as well. So if I click on this right now, as you can see, the pointer is the cursor is pointer, and then if I click, everything goes back. And don't forget, we have a logo and this switch button that as soon as you start scrolling, they both hide. If you scroll back up, they come. If you scroll, they hide. And as they hide, this comes up because they have 200 pixels set to them. So this is set to display at 200, and these two are set to hide at 200. This switch and this logo, they are set to hide at 200, while this is set to display at 200. So that's why they are happening at the same time, as you can see. Alright guys, since the website is all set and done, now the next thing we're going to do is to add our animation, so that we have all this stuff animating in as soon as we scroll down to the page. So I think that is the next thing we need to do right now. So in order to do that, we'll be using a JavaScript library called Scroll Review JS. Scroll Review JS. So just go to Google and search, or you can check the link in the description below, because I'll be leaving the link there as well. So click on this first one right here, and I'm just going to use the GitHub. So click on the GitHub, then I'll scroll all the way down, and then this tag right here, I'm going to copy it, and right here in the index.html, I'm going to come to the very top in the head tag. So after the swiper JS, I'm going to create another comment. I'll call this scroll review JS, or animation. Let's do animation. And then I'm going to paste the copied script right here. Alright, so I'm going to save that. Now I'll come back to my main.js. So here in the JavaScript, I'm going to say const, and then SR is going to be equals scroll review, and then the distance is going to be set to 30 pixels. Then the duration is going to be 1000, and then the reset, I want to set that to true, like so. Then the sr dot review. So what I'm going to do here is use a backtick, and then I'm going to select the part that I want to actually animate right now. So for this, I'm going to be using the home data, that is wrapping. The home data serves as a wrapper for the button, the all these text right here, including the buttons, everything like this. So that's what the home data right here is actually covering. So I'm going to copy this home data, come to the main.js, and with a dot first, I'm going to paste that right there. So after that, after the closing backtick, I'm going to use a comma right there and then open this up like this. Then I'm going to set the origin. I want to set that to top, and then the interval, I want to make that 200, like so. So now if I save this and I go back here, as you can see, it's already animated in. So if I go up and then come down, you can see it animate in like so, very quickly and easy, as you can see right there. So this is what we finally achieved, but I think this is coming in a little too fast. So what I'm going to do is right here, I'm just on the duration, I'm going to do 1800. So now it should be much better. Yes, something like that is fine. So if I come down and then I go up, so that is why we set it to true. So if you scroll past that place, by the time you go back to the place, the animation resets again. So that's why we have this set to true. So if I set this to false and I save, as soon as this page reloads, you will see it come up like so. But then if I scroll and then come back, it still stays the way it is. But I like it to be true because it's just cool that way. All right, so we are not just going to be adding the home data, right? So we're going to copy and paste all the other classes that we need as well. So for instance, we also need this home image. So we're going to copy the home image, come down here, separate this with a comma. You separate with a comma, and then we'll add this here as well. So if I save now and go back, so watch, as you can see, they both animate just like so. And if I scroll up and come down, you can see them animating again. All right, so we're going to add the rest of it. I'm just going to speed up this process so I don't bore you guys, because this is basically what we'll be doing for every other part, and I will explain as soon as I'm done with it. Alright guys, so right here, as you can see, I've added all the other tags, and the reason why I'm having all this right here is because I want the animation to come from the top. So that is why we have the origin set to top right here. So I want the animations of the home data, the home image, the show reel, the testimonial background, the IG box, that's the Instagram box, the footer logo, the footer right and the footer left. I want all of them to come from, to animate in from the top. And then this P1, if I come down here, and let me just close this home section first and come to this project. So the P is actually for project. So I added, if you remember when we were creating this, we added P1 on this, P2 on this, P3. So it is for the sake of this animation. Actually, that was why we added those. So now P1 and P3, because they are the same, they have the same origin, so we're going to set them to left. What do I mean by they have the same origin? So if you check here, you can see that this is P1, and you can see it's like this. The second one is the opposite, and then the third one is also like the first one that we saw. So that is why this is P1 and this is P3, because this right here is P2. So because of that, I have to use P1 and P3 for the left. So I want them to animate in from the left, and the P2 and P4 they animate in from the right. So that is why we are having this. So if I start from the beginning, you can see this one, you can see the show reel, You can see this come from the left like that, this comes from the right, this also the left, and this the right. So I hope you get the idea, guys. And also we have this client section comes from the testimonial section, rather comes from the top. All this as well comes from the top at interval, and then all this as well comes from the top. So basically this is what we were trying to achieve. All right, so now if I inspect and then I go to the small screen, as you can see, the animation still works fine even on smaller screens. You can see, as you can see, it works perfectly well even on smaller screens. So it's not just on big screens alone. So alright guys, we are finally officially done with this website. Please, if you like this video, kindly give this video a thumbs up. It encourages me. And also, if you're not subscribed to this channel, please kindly do so, because I will be uploading content like this every single week. So make sure you subscribe and turn on that bell notification so you'll be the first to know. And also, please comment down below if you like this, or if there is anything you want me to improve on. Kindly comment down in the section below, and your comments also will help many people to see this video as well, because YouTube is going to recommend it to many people if this video have a lot of interactions. So please like this video, comment, and don't forget to subscribe. I'll see you on the next one. Thank you and peace.